I've had this weird problem lately where my stream doesn't show up as live for me, which is frightening. Okay, right. So, I've got some really interesting times coming up ahead because I don't really want to commit to... the current weapon that I have until I've improved it, but until I've found a level 180, but that means that I'm starting to become on the back foot now. Oh, hey, Bakes. I'm starting to get on the back foot a bit now in regards to weapon strength. So I'm probably gonna have to just do it, I guess. Just level the damn thing. Thank you, Baker. Oh, these are really dirty. It's okay to commit. Well, unlike love, which I suppose the joke is about, this sword will become very obsolete very soon. Yeah, my Dark Souls 2 videos got you confused. Why? What's up? Demon God Hammer. Potentially, yeah. Potentially. Demon God Hammer with Firefly Blade. Plus 13. Pretty sure the Bison Ichi something is what I had in Nioh. Plus 70 in the drawing pile, okay. Label video 2 is 3 and 3 is 2 and the thumbnails are wrong. I need to make sure I hadn't missed anything. Oopsie! That's my bad. Okay. Thank you. I remember being told earlier in my playthrough by somebody very proudly that they had plus 19 weapons and armor, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. And now I'm like, but I have plus 19 weapons and armor almost. What am I thinking right now? Unable to load benevolent grade information, interesting. So fun as you're at 49 followers, I can't wait for you to hit 50. Well, I think we were playing Shadow of the Colossus when we hit 50. I think. Dark Souls 2 is a very fun game to play. But in regards to streaming, Souls games are terrible for like building momentum and building like a channel. Cause like 1,000 people stream Dark Souls 2 at one time, and there are, at the most, like 500 viewers at any one time, and they've got to go somewhere. So I remember all of the Souls games were quite uneventful for channel growth. So it was probably Shadow of the Colossus. Back in the day, when I was so excited. Life drain on visceral. Give me Level 180 gear, please. It is vital. It ended at 49, then you mentioned Shadow. On vid 2 it was still 49, so I'm hoping it happens, otherwise I'll have to watch. Yeah, it is kind of cool that... Because I made that YouTube channel with the purpose of cataloguing my platinums. Not so much for the even for the sake of being watched, just more like if somebody didn't believe me, you know, I could just point them to a very handy video footage proof. But it is also cool how that video archive has archived stuff that I never thought I would need to archive. And soon we'll hit 1,000. And soon I'll be saying to somebody in chat, oh yeah, we were talking about that on the Nioh 2 stream. So I do really like that. I've also got my 1 year stream anniversary coming up. I wanted to do Spyro because I wanted to do a 100% speedrun of Spyro in a single session because as you know, I absolutely love Spyro. But I'm thinking that that's probably not that relevant in regards to stream anniversary, so I'm thinking I might do the whole Bloodborne game in one stream. When I started streaming at 720p, yeah, because it was an option on PlayStation streaming that wasn't immediately told to me, and it doesn't mention itself very overtly, so you just never know that it's there. 24-hour Bloodborne stream. Hey Mordred, how you doing? I would hope that it wouldn't take me 24 hours. I don't think it took me 24 hours the first time. It might take me 24 hours with Gascoigne. Gascoigne always takes me ages. Like, I've played the game a few times now, and Gascoigne always takes me a while. And if I'm on stream, like, you know, knowing that I have to do it until I finish the game, it might make me tilt. I'm well, thank you, Mordred, I'm well. What were your plans for the weekend, if any? I know it's kind of lockdown time, so... I had my weekly cheat day today. And it was good. I had 2 like half cheat meals instead of 1 big one. Played some Dishonored, played some GTA 5, played some Among Us. It was good. Dishonored is going okay. I'm about 90% of the way through my second playthrough. I've got 9 trophies left. Finished the game on High Chaos. Finished the game without leveling up any supernatural abilities. Kill 4 enemies with a crossbow in 1 second. Kill 6 enemies in 1 second. Use every kind of thing to kill an enemy. Cause 5 intentional suicides. Deactivate at least 5 security systems on Kingsbarrow Island and the Platinum. I think that's all of them. I can't even remember which one I've mentioned. And then I'm going to start the DLC. Just waiting on her to finish her D&D session. That sounds great. You may have tripped again. What did you get? Quest and Borderlands Remastered. Nice. Go! 4 in the PS Store, it is. Was this at Kex or was this online? Oh yeah, on PS Store. For some reason I always think of physical stores. Nice. Thing is, we could start the DLC now and just try and acclimate and find weapons that we could use. I've done that before. Like, you just go in absolute baptism by fire and just as well as possible try and find weapons that are like plus 19, plus 20. And then you can use those to improve your current stuff as much as you can. I did that with Nioh 1. I went all the way up to New Game plus 4 just to get some weapons I could use. Yeah! Skyrim plats are pretty tasty. You are a weapon indeed, Baker. I'll give you that. Alright. Let's see what we got. No plus 80s yet? Soon. Oh, this guy's with me. Okay. Come on. Insults, friendship, support, and more insults. I don't know, I don't really have an answer for that. Obsidian gauntlets, nice. Thank you, man. There we go. Tikichiro. Also, I had a coffee like 20 minutes ago. It's kicking in. No, it's brewing nicely. Should find a conclusion there. And you supply all, yeah. Well. I sensed a curious bond with their general. Oh, probably irrelevant. We're probably going to get hyped here. I'm probably going to end up talking loads of shit. Going on lots of tangents. Getting really passionate about how much I think Alien Isolation should have been about a third of the length. And how much I enjoy Oblivion and Skyrim and Spyro, and think Undertale is quite overrated. Baker, I think we both know which brewing I was talking about. Is it really though? Do you honestly think that? Still 170. How did I find 180 and it's fucking shoes? Sierra Bravo! Hey, good to see you're still on Nioh 2. Thoughts on the DLC? The DLC was pretty good. it wasn't as like mystical as I would have liked it to be. It was very just like normal Japan with yokai in it. I really like in the first DLC, the first game's third DLC, how it becomes very like, the world is almost a fantasy as well, and there are yokai as well. It's like you've gone into the yokai realm. I really like stuff like that a bit more. So I thought the level design was a bit weak in that sense, but I mean the fights were really fun, the bosses were really cool, so I was into all that kind of stuff. What about you, Sierra? What did you think? Thank you, Baker. Plus 16 in everything except shoes. I get some better shoes though, I can do that. Undertale being overrated. Way. I mean, it was fine. Like, I played it. I'd never really played a bullet hell game before, and I thought it was pretty fun. I followed the story fairly well, I think. I found some of the characters charming, and some of the characters, like, woefully unpleasant. Thought it was a bit short but fun. Too hard on Dream of the Demon. Really? Okay, we're on our way towards it on Dream of the Demon now, so I'm looking forward to proving you right. It was quite short. I don't feel like it was, because remember in Nioh 1, the second DLC was like 6 missions. It was so short. I feel like that was really short. I think that I don't find this DLC too short, but I find it too uneventful, you know? Like, it's not that it was, for me, short, it was more the fact that it was just, like, nothing really happened. It's beaten me with 1 trophy to go. I have 1 trophy to go as well, Sierra. I enjoyed it, but not got the hype. Yeah, same. I don't really, like, get it. Maybe I'm not quirky enough. Twebber Fear Whips. Yeah, I am. The boys. Twebber Fear Whips. Maybe I should do some of these. But I can't be bothered. Nah, let's warm up with some of these. You got a Crash Bandicoot today from Asda. Nice. It's really hard to get good video game shirts. I use a website called Redbubble to buy most of my shirts, including this one. And it's basically just artists making amazing work, but amazing unlicensed work, so a lot of it gets taken down. And I buy the stuff that I can get my hands on before it goes down. I'm maxed and cannot beat standalone boss. Oh, the bird guy? I heard he's an absolute nightmare on Dream of the Demon. But the person who told me said it was because they were running a ninja build, and I was like, well, that's fine. I'm not doing that. And now I'm like, you know what? Oh, seems like it is going to be a pain in the ass. Oh, I'd love a Crash Bandicoot shirt. If they accidentally give you a second one, can I have it? Worst! Just stop by to say hi. Hey, Worst. It's good to see you.
Mert, just
wish I could see you more.
Say hi.
Missed. You are missed. I died! So close. Thank you for the sub. 7 months! I'm pretty sure Worst was one of my first ever subscribers, so... 7 months is probably how long I've been an affiliate. Hard to imagine. For like £20. I'll just buy my own then, won't I? I've travelled for work and the internet blows. Wait, where are you now? Well, besides Italy. Or Iceland. They wouldn't have travelled to you from the distant lands of the Midlands. Ah, I used to live in the Midlands. What a place. What a strange and rich culture. Norway now? Wow. Making the rounds worst. Yes, got him. Good old rock dance. Yeah, good old kiting trick. When I first saw people talking about, oh, why don't you just kite the boss around the rock? I was like, oh, weak. Weak. Why would you ever need to do that? And then I was like, oh, you know what? That is exactly why they put the rock there. And to pretend it is any way otherwise, like just some random rock that they completely didn't intend to be in this boss arena, would be rude. Would be short-sighted. It would be short-sighted. Seth is so cute. Blue isn't. But now I must go. Enjoy. Goodbye, worst. I miss you. Remember this rock? That might be Nioh 2 or Remnant that I found you, and not Nioh 1, unless that rock is in Nioh 1. That rock is in Nioh 1. In Nioh 1, that rock is in the mission where you fight the two guys at the same time. Do 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 do. I hate this guy. For fuck's sake, yeah. I feel that. Bye, Sierra. Interesting that I cannot load that information. Interesting. Interesting, Bakes. I mean, that rock shows up in a lot of Nioh 1 and Nioh 2. So I am curious. Oh yeah, I'll be Goat Sim. Ow! You bastard. Come on, Baker. You're one joke bakes. Give me something new. Give me something new. Come on, Baker. Let's do a joke today that's not about builds, and that's not about winning the lottery, and that's not about a husband or partner showing me a game. Come on. Like, Woman, it's your fault. No, it is not. Come on, man. I believe in you. You stream every day, it's a lot of pressure. I mean, you have a lot to talk about when we play Borderlands 2, verbally. Your jokes are pretty fresh then. What do you mean you just didn't get hit by that? Ow. But like most other streamers, you know, say you will stream and don't so I can write new material. Do people do that? I don't think people do that, do they? Hi Luther, how are you? Wow. Oh god, this guy does so much damage. Tend to stop watching after a while. Yeah, I get annoyed when I watch people who don't stream for like 6 months because they just can't be bothered, and then when they come back they expect the same level of engagement that they had beforehand, as if it's not a really consistent thing. Get really annoyed when they come back and they don't have the same numbers of viewers, or a lot of their followers aren't there anymore. I'm like, well, yeah, people don't owe you anything. Spent all day revising big day tomorrow. What, your exams are on a Sunday? Wow, best of luck with that, Luther. I'm meant to cool off? Well, welcome. Welcome in. You can watch me get really angry and stressed about something instead. I'm streaming tomorrow tonight and then they don't. I guess that would be really weird if it happened consistently. I've done that a few times, but only when things have come up. Bit fired up from reading about history and civics. Ah, you must have had an exciting day, Luther. Oh, you bastard. I didn't even have my fucking sword out. Ow. Well, that was quite slow. I had plenty of time to cancel that, and I did not. His key recovery is illegal. You know, I saw that working, and I was like, I'm not going to say anything yet, but I'm definitely going to hold out hope for this, and it was fun. Only annoying as it happens often, so we're going to move on and stop browsing other streams. More than likely, why I clicked on yours, to be fair. Pretty sure someone said they were streaming, didn't, and I didn't think they have in ages either. Oh, it's a shame when people stop streaming. I guess it's kind of good if people, because some people like really want to stream. And then they try it, and maybe it's just not for them in a way, but they kind of push on with it, even if it makes them miserable, because they've like put time and maybe money into it, so they feel like they have to get some returns, and then eventually they just burn out. So I guess sometimes it's for the best when people just gracefully slip out of the gracefully slip away. You know, probably much happier now. Yeah, Luther, that was amazing. I didn't know I could do that. I was never a fan of the key system in Nioh. It's definitely a balancing act, and depending on your build, it can be a really tricky one too. Very frustrating sometimes. Yeah, they think it's a way to get rich quick. I've met a lot of people like that. You can normally sniff them out from a mile away though. Because like I've only got 800 followers, which is a lot in like numeric terms, but it's not in like Twitch fame or Twitch money terms, and people seem to think that I've had a few people DM me who seem to think that I can just boost them into fame, and I'm like, what do you mean fame? What do you mean fame? What do you mean? Like, I've had people reach out to me and ask me if I could pay for them to do this and that. I've been invited to like strange like stream groups with people I don't know. I'm like, I've only got 900 followers. Like, I can't help you. Like, I'd like to, but I can't. And then they usually end up just going quiet after a while anyway. The enemy can key break me with one attack, but he isn't key broken after 4 swings of his axe. Yes! Yeah, that is really annoying. Like, there's some... Like, if you've played Dark Souls 2, the first DLC of the Sunken King, there are some NPCs that you have to fight, and there are some NPCs you have to fight, and they are human, technically, but they have infinite stamina, boss level health, they don't stagger, they don't have the same, like, water physics, so when they walk through water they don't get slowed down, or like when they walk through mud they don't get slowed down. You know, I don't really mind when like big dragons and things don't have to follow the same rules as me, but it is really annoying when you're fighting a human and that human has insane stats, you know. Yeah, the gank squad, yeah. Sliding into DMs would just make it tasteful, yeah. I cheesed them. Yeah, I think there are only a few ways you can tackle them, and one of them is cheesing them, so I definitely don't blame you for that. I know that they can be backstabbed and parried, and that's one of the only ways you can deal with them as well. I don't know, it's just a lot of effort for 3 dudes, you know? Just 3 dudes. I summoned for them, because obviously they're a boss that are intended for co-op, you know? The area they're in front of is a co-op area, you know? But that doesn't mean I wanted to co-op the boss. Oh yeah, the Havel, yeah! The Havel, infinite stamina, infinite poise, just runs after you all day. I was just like, is this a joke? Is this some shit joke? The PvP areas in the Dark Souls 2 DLC Were those intended for PvP? I thought they were PvE. I thought they were supposed to just be like co-op areas for people to like run through and, you know, have a nice time with their friends in. I didn't know those were for PvP. That's mad. I didn't really do that much PvP in Dark Souls 2 at all. Like, I literally only did PvP when I was invaded, you know, so I missed out on a lot of that meta talk. Oh, co-op areas, I see. The tracking. Excuse me, sir, do you have a pamphlet for that tracking? Permit for that tracking? My bad gaming language? Oh, that's fine. I was going to be really surprised if that was supposed to be for PvP, so... Especially the first one, like with all the toxic turtles running around. Yeah, like, the Gang Squad, I feel like, were definitely intended to be done co-op, and Lud and Zalin were definitely intended to be done co-op, because there's multiples of them. But, Sorolon and Blue Smelter Demon, I think, would be great solo bosses, but because they were at the end of a co-op area, I co-opted for the area, and then got to this boss, and I was like, but I could do this myself. I kind of felt like I'd missed out. Especially because the Blue Smelter Demon was so strong with 2 people summoned, that any attack he did would kill me in a single hit. And because I didn't want to annoy the people I was co-oping with, it made me hang back, because I was like, I don't want to piss these people off and like waste their time. So I'll just hang back, they seem to know what they're doing. So in the end, I just missed out, really. You know it can't be too godlike. Oh bless. Nobody to co-op with base. Well, you'll find a co-op on one day. Sorolon was really good. I had a very slow build when I fought him. Like ultra greatsword, forearm set. You know, I was not a quick. You know, I was not a quick chap. But I still had a lot of fun with him. I remember enjoying the fight. It was a case with me though. If he got me with the buff, I was probably gonna die. So I managed to beat him. I managed to beat him on an attempt where he didn't manage to buff. Okay. Usually there's a fountain here, but never mind. Bring it on! Now we're starting to get to the point where I can remember the missions. You like soloing, you don't like co-oping. Fair enough. I got into Dark Souls 1 because I really liked co-oping. There was just something so, like, I don't know, community-like about the co-op in Dark Souls 1. Like, helping somebody beat something like Seath the Scaleless their first time was, I don't know, it just felt like such a bond, you know? I loved co-oping. I used to just put my sign down outside a boss's fog gate and sit for ages. And I would summon for my own bosses as well. But the more I started to solo enemies, the more I couldn't really bring myself to co-op my own bosses. I like co-oping more for areas. For bosses I prefer solo. Interesting, yeah. I think especially in Dark Souls 2, the areas are sometimes much harder than the bosses themselves. So I think that's why a lot of people really struggle to enjoy Dark Souls 2, because like you drag yourself through these really grueling areas for this payoff, which should be the boss, and then you fight the boss and he's easy. And I think that's one of the things that really puts people off, because they don't have that, like, return, you know? They don't really have that return on their investment, and it just sort of deflates. So yeah, definitely in Dark Souls 2, I enjoy co-op in areas. With your homies! Bless. We're never gonna get this done! But we are, but we're never gonna get this done. You know, we are gonna get this done, but we're also never gonna get this done. I helped a friend in Bloodborne as they wanted the plat, so I went into the dungeons. It was then I realised why he was shit and was almost expecting me to do the work. People like that do really suck. I have definitely... The thing is, like, especially without the option for communication, people can sort of expect things from you that you can't deliver because there's no way they could communicate it to you. So I do get a bit annoyed when people seem displeased with the work I'm doing, because I'm like, well, you know, what do you want from me? Like, I remember somebody summoned me into Seath the Scaleless's fight, and I guess they wanted his tail. So they were like farting around, not doing anything at all, and I didn't really understand that they wanted his tail, because they weren't going after his tail, they were just trying to stay back, like, let me do it. And I almost got him down to like 1 HP, and they've been like running in circles and stuff, and I think they just were like, oh, fuck. So instead of like black separation crystalling me out, they just ran right into one of his attacks and died. I think they did it to like kick me out so that they could do it, and I was like, but there's no way I could have known to do that. Hey Shekel, how you doing? Oh, do I want to do the Mausoleum of Evil? It's the Golden Castle. Oh, I don't want to do the Golden Castle. Oh, I don't want to do that one either. Poopcorn. I'm often displeased with these streams. I'm sad to hear that. You take care too, Luther. Good luck with tomorrow. Bruno! Do Takeshi's Castle. Hey Bruno, I see you've taken on a beautiful, tasteful gold, the same colour as Shek. I don't know, Bakes. I guess because, like, when we talk in voice chat, you come across completely different. Like, I don't know. It's getting to the point now where I know you so well in voice chat that it's like I'm talking to a different person when you, like, talk in text. And you'll be like, and you're in text chat, you are like much more sarcastic. Like, I am really displeased with these streams, Kappa. I'm like, it just doesn't seem like your tone anymore to me. It's weird. I'm overthinking it, yeah. Well, that's just because we've bonded too much. You bastard. Come on, Mirrorblade, be level 180. No. Still on the hunt, and I need one soon. How you doing, Bruno? Had a good day? I just love how these guys drop things like Odachis. Why don't they fight with them? See, Baker, that's exactly an example of it. I'm pretty good, thanks, Bruno. I had a cheat day today. Instead of having a single cheat meal, I had 2 small halves of a cheat meal for lunch and dinner. Hello, what's up? What's wrong? Okay, do you want to sit down? Want to sit down? I'll move my stuff, you can sit down. Yeah? Good girl. I can't decide whether to leave you alone. You clearly want to be left alone, but you also just gave me a fucking jab. Oh, she sits directly in front of me. Mexican standoff. It was really intense. She looked at me for a while. Eyes unreadable. Wearing me down so that we cut up stuff and get to know each other. I just want to be an ass like before. I'm sorry, Baker. You can give up your spot on Borderlands 2 if you want. I'm sure other people would love it. Sheckelmeister. I'm always thankful for Sheckelmeister too. Aww. She's lying down on the desk. That's so cute. You've been really annoying today, but I'm happy with this. I like this. You lot must not have much. How dare you talk about my financial situation? How dare you, Shekel? How absolutely dare you? Wow, 8,000 damage in, 4,000 damage out. Hello, Jay, how you doing? Fuck off, woman. Wow, I'm giving up shit. You're crazy, we're getting that together. Then Borderlands 3, then 1, then I will add the prequel, then I will disown you. Fair enough. Actually, it seems like you've got your plan together, and I really appreciate organisation, so I'll let you have that. I really like it when cats like fold their arms in front of themselves and they lie down. That's really cute. What kind of iframes do you have, you nasty man? Plan your exit strategy. What kind of thing would an exit strategy count as? Wow, if that hadn't sloped down, that would have hurt me. So you don't bankrupt yourself. Oh, okay. Do people ever follow their own exit strategies, or do they gamble? Because I feel like people would gamble. Wow, great! Well done. Now I can have my water back. Get the plaque, get out. You followed it. Oh, your exit strategy. Oh. Valid. I thought you meant the stream. I was like, yeah, I know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Me! Nice. Now we don't need to worry about him. Yay! Nice. Definitely intended to do that. Oops. Hey Yami, how you doing? Done any new raids with your new group today? Or recently? This weekend? And how are you liking them? Like, are they nice? Are they good? People never plan when to say goodbye. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. People never plan when to say goodbye to their business when they realise that things are going downhill. I guess it's like sunken cost fallacy and the idea that things might turn around, even if they won't. Tuesday and Thursday, they're nice but kind of unfocused. They not, how do you mean? Like, do they just mess around instead of doing the raid? Or do they not really have, like, motivations or inspirations and things? Now that you've got some inspiration with this raid team, are you allowed to join another one? Oh, Shekel! For some reason that came off as like the darkest humour I've ever heard, even though I'm very sure that it wasn't a joke. I don't know if the servers are down or what, but I cannot seem to load benevolent grave information. Must be a server issue. Set out a set of rules and goals or whatever, and if you reach, then you leave. Yeah, okay. No, just not as focused as they need to be. It's an 18-minute fight and they're having trouble within the first 2 minutes. Ah, okay. You meant to inherit it? Wow, I'd rather you weren't in debt either, so good. God, I wish we were playing The Witcher right now. Not because I dislike this game, but because it is just going so well. Oh, what? You can't inherit debt. That's a scam banks make up to get money when people die. I think you can inherit debt. I mean, regardless of whether or not banks have made it up, it's still something that they have full legal authority to enforce. So regardless of the fact that if it being a scam, it's still a legal scam. I'm hoping we can go to the next big part this week, so even if it falls apart, I have the experience to join another group. I love that! Do you have like a little CV and stuff? Like, I mean, that story came out earlier this week about banks being like, surprise, surprise, super corrupt, and like money laundering for illegal businesses and stuff, and nobody really cared or said anything. And like when the Panama Papers came out, and the journalist who announced it had got car bombed, and like nobody really talked about it anymore. Like, I guess if you've got money, you just do lots of illegal shit, and nobody really cares. Oh yeah, because you get guarantors and stuff. One fisherman! Oh god. The scapegoat for all of them. Oh, fuck. Didn't realise there was a bloody staircase there. Can't. Oh god. Ah! My cats have finally calmed down. They were a nightmare today. I wanted to leave. But now they're asleep. Cat sleep. Yeah. They'll be asleep for 45 minutes and then it'll start again. Yeah. See you in a bit, Begs. I really hate this Karasi Tengu outside this door. He's always a bastard. Real bastard. Oh no! Oh, good. Why? Why did I aggro you? I left you well alone. Reflecting on the counters now, I think that if you were like a supreme, like, no-hit speedrunner, something like the Feral or the Phantom would really, really help. Like, if you knew everything down to an absolute T, you would absolutely smash it with one of those, but... you don't, so... Good morning, Blue. Thought you were gonna go to sleep. Oh, that didn't have a counter thing on it. That's good. That's great. That's exactly what I want. And this guy's regenerating a lot of health. 300 health a second. Anyone care to tell me why? Hey, Kinky! Oh god. Blue, come on now. Let's stay down here, shall we? You smell like poo. I'll tell you that for free, alright? Hey, he died. EI or I riot. I'm sorry, Kinky, I failed you. I didn't see that. Yokai slaying goes alright. I'm trying to find a level 180 weapon, which is proving to be pretty hard. Because they're not very frequently occurring at this level at all. To the point where I'm not even sure if they show up yet. But I've got some level 180 greaves, so I'm reckoning they do. Give Blue a treat. Oh, thank you, Wolf. It will. Also, hey, Wolf, how you doing? So, basically, I'm a bit hesitant to level my current weapon until I find a level 180, because I don't really want to sink all my money and resources into a weapon that I'm going to get rid of really fast. So it means that I'm definitely not doing as much damage as I could. Have you found any 180 stuff? Blue, please! Come on. Look, you can have your treat. Because Wolf got you a treat. Blue, 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 blue. Wow! Stop it! Please don't tangle yourself in my headphones. Look. You've been here a few hours. Blue, 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 blue. Shh. I don't know if I found any 180 soul cores. I'll let you know. She just wants to do damage. Seth is here if anybody wants to give Seth a treat. You've been lurking. No, Blue. No. Thank you, Shekel. Sevy! Shekel sends his regards. Go away, Blue. That's not yours. Seth is best. Seth is really sweet. She walks up to me and she does this weird meow. She's like, ah! Ah! And I'm like, what is it? She's like, ah! Cool, thanks for letting me know. Like that. I don't know what that is. You have been telling everybody. Fair enough, Bix. It's your points. You ruined everything for me, Mert. I'm sure I did. I'm sorry about that. I'm not that sorry. No. No. Sit still. No. No. Yeah, I'm not sorry. Don't worry. What the fuck just happened? Was that being reset to factory settings? I was doing an impression of Sephi's meow. No. That's what my cat's meow sounds like, and it's all day. This music, has got like 2 notes to it, and it plays over and 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 over again, until the end of the level. And like, there's never a point where it stops doing that. The audacity she does. Kind of what Blue's getting. Oh, Blue's my chubby baby. Seth does want to be the Demon Souls intro song. I'm trying to think of one she'd be really good at. I think she wants to be the vocalist for the Witches of Hemwick theme song. Oh, Blue's nuts, absolutely nuts. You know, I'm gonna do it. What? What are you gonna do to my precious Sephi? Oh, you're gonna buy a suit of armor? My man. It's an investment. Into what? Ah, good luck with Mad Max. 460 quid, but £4 delivery. It's not worth it, mate. So you can get it on Deliveroo. We've got Deliveroo Plus. Aaron's Armours and Kebabs. Jesus! Some enemies are really easy to beat, and some of them aren't. And that's my verdict. You will sooner get me to sign my soul over to Satan than pay a fucking delivery fee. I do not enjoy delivery fees. I really hate it when... Because, like, Amazon shows you buying choices from £13, and, like, the item you're looking at is, like, 27 quid. So you're like, okay, right, £13, that's really cheap. And then it's, like, £13 plus £14 delivery. And it's just so that it would come up as the cheapest option. I'm like, come on, man. Jesus delivered your KFC before. Was he nice? The second coming happened and we missed it. I bet he gets jokes about that all day. If I was a delivery driver and my name was Jesus, I would fucking hate it. Just so many, like... Just so many people being like, oh wow, the second coming of Christ and he's delivering me my KFC, wow. I'd be like, yeah, just fucking eat it, go away. Jesus seemed a fine lad. Didn't speak English though, understandable, probably only spoke Italian at best. If you're really trying to get 180 gear, the high level picture scrolls are supposed to drop them a lot, preferably the plus 20 ones. Okay, thanks Kinky. Once I finish this mission, I'll probably have a look at them. And apparently the Twilight missions drop them as well? From what I know, okay, cool. Because, like, I definitely want to play the whole new game plus 2 cycle solo. But, I'd definitely be up for doing, Twilight missions and picture scroll missions, in a team, if anybody wants to. I mean, I'm obviously not free yet, but... if anybody wants to co-op, I'd be down for that. Friend's called Carlos, but he's not Mexican. He's basically stopped giving a shit, so he has a different persona where he's Mexican. He got really pissed at us when we didn't make a joke on Cinco de Mayo. Well, at least he's, you know, going for it. You can soul match a 180 soul cut onto a sentient weapon to make it 180. No. Really? So, does sentience have to be full? Or, does sentience have to be full, or can it be like half sentient? Yeah, I haven't got any 180s yet. As long as it is a sentient weapon, it doesn't need to be like fully sentient. Okay, cool. I haven't really been picking up soul cores, but I guess I should now. Oh, wow. What kind of armor did you order, Shekel? What have we got here? That is, like, very similar to Demon Souls. Is that why you picked it? Not necessarily within the helmet, but, like, the main body of it. Hell yeah. Yeah, I thought so. I mean, it wasn't a huge stretch to guess, but... yeah. Well, maybe you can commission... one day commission one. Oh, she's gone. Dragon God Jewel. Soul Cores can give you OP stats if you get the right inheritables. I have a bunch of anima gain inheritables on my armor, so I just spam yokai abilities. I want to do something like that as well. Let me have a look at my inventory. One of the English Kings had amazing armor. It was one of the 25 Henrys. Maybe one day if I'm rich, I can pay 4k to get a replica. Maybe you can. Maybe you can. Okay, we only have level 170, but I'm sure we can find level 180. I mean, we've got a divine, so potentially. I just stopped picking them up after a while. I got really sick of them because I'd always forget to delete my old ones, and then I just end up with like 1,000 in my inventory and not being able to pick up any gear at all. But yeah, I should definitely be picking them up as I play. Do I? Like what? Anything with yokai shift defense critical or amrita gain, okay. Yokai shift critical is when you change to a yokai shift when you've got really low health, right? Or is it when you're in your yokai shift and you lose lots of health? Okay, right. When you yeah, I was gonna say, oh, I probably won't do that, but then I realised I always do that to like cope with the fact that I'm about to die. Yokai shift critical. Amrita gain. I thought you'd had an accident. Weird. Gross. Or yokai shift damage, yokai shift defense, or yokai shift duration. Okay. Yokai ability damage? Is that the one? Extended. Amrita gauge charge, that's good. Ooh. Nioh buffs stay applied in shift. Okay. I have 618 elixirs left. Wow. I should be okay then, presumably. You can even use your ninjutsu for the extra meme damage. Meme damage is the hardest hitting damage of all. Oh god, Bruno. We can't catalogue all that. Oh yeah, that's not Lady Tentacle anymore. And you always want to go for Yokai Shift Visceral since it will force your Amrita gauge to get some shit back. Okay. Stop walking over me. She just keeps walking over me. I don't know what she's looking for. Your brother wants to meet up. Yeah, fuck that. Why does he want to meet up? Does he want money? Does he want your suit of armor? Oh wow, that was good. I don't usually contact my brother if I'm tired of wanking myself off. He's probably one of the last people I'd ever speak to. Hey, Opchan, how you doing? That's a good question, Bruno. Let's try this one now. That's not bad. I'm well, thank you, Opchan. I'm well. We've gotten pretty far. I'm still trying to get a level 180 weapon. Kinky has offered some excellent advice, so I'm gonna see if we can do a picture scroll or something. Oh yeah! I've gotten so sick of seeing them that I've just completely blocked them out of my memory. My man! You never call me my man, Opchan. Hello? That's weird. Begone, wench! Thought we were mates. Yay! Thank you, Opchan. You have a few boss fight ones. Oh, to co-op together? Like I could join you, or how would that work? Thank you, Omariki. The Nioh 2 playthrough is finally coming to an end. I find it really weird. I'm struggling to get reacquainted with this game. I think I got so in depth into Nioh 1, like just the ride or die aspect of Nioh 1 requiring like absolute dedication. I got very comfortable with Nioh 1, like, it became very second nature to me, very muscle memory, in a way that I don't think I've ever played a game and had that. So now coming back to Nioh 2, I found it very clunky, like I'm trying to put shoes on that don't fit, and I'm trying to walk in them, and I just can't quite get comfortable, and I don't really know what the problem is. Give it 2 weeks, she'll be back, you know it. I hope so anyway. Well, if you don't mind me co-oping with you, Kinky, I'd really like to. DLC in 2 weeks, so there is no escape, true. Hopefully I'll get reacquainted with it. I just stabbed him in the face. Well, I guess that's the point. I like the Adachi. The new weapons do look really cool. Also, some of these enemies have, oh, I know why! Because of this. Yay, Shekel! That's why. I've been finding so many enemies that have been, like, regenerating health, and I've been like, what is going on? And of course I know what's going on, I've played this before. Twice! Oh god. I can't wait to do the dojo level for... No! It's so easy to miss dialogue on that game if you dare to press X. Oh yeah, there's a lot of JRPGs have that really weird thing where you can press X to speed up dialogue, but if you press X as dialogue is ending, it will skip. And it becomes like really stressful whether you're or not you're going to randomly just commit to something. I've noticed that in so many JRPGs. I like it when pressing X takes you to the end and then you still have to press X again. Like, Pokemon does that really well. Fisting Artist! Oh god, you'd have to reload a save for that. Oh god, that was my fault. And a lot of the dialogue in Yakuza 0 is like super repetitive. So like if you've heard it once, you've heard it 1,000 times. You don't really have the energy to listen to it all evening. Oh my god, yes! Yakuza, no, Pokemon had that really bad. Pokemon has like fake choice so often. As well, like... I'm pretty sure so many times when you start a Pokemon game, your character's friend will say something like, do you want to get a Pokemon and start your Pokemon journey? And you can say yes or no. But if you say no, they go, oh, come on. Would you like to get a Pokemon and start your Pokemon journey? No. Oh, come on. Would you like to get a Pokemon and start your Pokemon journey? No. Oh, come on. So, like, you just have to press yes. Like, so much sort of fake choice. Like, so much... Secretly you have no choice at all. No option. How does that work then, Yami? You're gonna have fun sifting through that shit. Game over. Yeah, like, I completely think that should be a thing. Like, I think in a game, if you are asked, hey, do you want to go and do this thing? And you say no, that if the game's asked you the question, it should humour you with the answer. I am completely in the school of thought that if you say, no, I don't want to save the world, they go, oh, okay. And then, like, you get game over. I think that should happen. Instead of having, like, fake choice. It is in Far Cry 4, yeah, I've seen it in Far Cry 4. I think that's good. More games should do that. It's the one in Asia, isn't it? Where the guy has to take a phone call and he's like, can you just wait a minute? And if you say yes, he actually comes back and then, like, sends you on your way. Ow! Yeah. I think 5 does it as well. If you wait long enough during the initial standoff, everyone just leaves? Really? I love games that do that. I love games that entertain the possibilities. Like, because, like, for example, returning to the Pokemon question, like, they didn't have to put that question into the game at all. Like, you could have just been playing under the assumption that your character did want to become a Pokemon master. So, like, It doesn't need to be there, and it's not a question that needs to be asked. So don't ask it, you know? You don't have a 180 weapon? That is an interesting fact, Shekel. Why? What have you been doing? Why have you told me to get one? Oh yeah, I've heard about that as well, Yemi. Luckily I've heard about that, because we're going to start that game soon. I would be like, ah! Yeah, it would make sense. You gotta do it at least once. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. How many endings? Kinky, that's good shit. On for every letter. Please don't tell me they forced 26 endings just for the sake of every letter. Oh, but like 5 are joke endings. They made 21 joke endings. You're saving them for your build. Nice up, Chan. What kind of build are you gonna do? 21 are just shit posts. Wow. I know that you can buy the plat, and if I was playing off stream, I probably would, but it's not really an option when you're playing it on stream. Well, it is, but it would be a very boring option, you know. It's alright, Chen. I didn't want you to drop them for me. I'm just interested in the kind of stuff that you're trying to do. Ah! You can't drop 180, son. There's a big boss attack in the city and you can just leave. I like that. Please don't tell me any more about it though. We're gonna start it in the grand scheme of things soon. In real time, probably not that soon. Because, like, it's on the schedule, you know, it is on the schedule. It is after something. But that something might take us a really long time, so. Can't drop braces either. Well, that's fair enough. I guess they just don't want people grinding the best stuff off other people's hard work. Because you know that someone's going to be like, oh yeah, you can have my level 180 thing with the grace. I'll drop it for you. Like, no. You work for it, you earned it, you keep it. I wasted loads of stuff to keep respecking Nioh 1. Wait, you've been respecking? What about the good old Kusarigama? What about the classic? The classic critical health living weapon? What about Eddie Redmayne? New rarity. Ethereal, right? Can you jump in this? I don't think you can you? There's a long journey to get there. Ah, fair. Oh, here we go. Wow. Thank you. Kinky, that's so romantic. I thought you were kinky thoughts, not romantic thoughts. I feel shortchanged. Oh, I picked up a soul core and now I've got replenished Amrita. I should pick up more soul cores. I think I saw something about Ethereal. I can't remember if it meant it was confirmed or if I just saw something. Okay. Been waiting. I really like my Odechi. Been hoping. Now I have my online challenge for Mad Max done. Just a case of hoping no challenges glitch on me now. Yeah, I hope so too. Time is of the essence. How many more challenges do you have to do and what kind of stuff do you need to get on with? Less RNG based. I suppose, I mean, they did that with tempering and reforging, so they might do it with ethereals. Especially considering how difficult it is to get ethereals to drop. I had like probably less than 20 drop in my playthrough. He slaps the bum. So you dodge. That'll do. I didn't know which one I clicked then. That was an interesting wait to see what I'd get. Quick! Can't waste this. Also can't see past my own self. Ow! Oh god. Oh! Couple calm ones, but require me to progress like 90 scavenger locations, which is the high risk, and destroying insignias, another possible glitchy fuck. That sounds so romantic. Oh my god, has this always happened? Is this something that I've missed, or is this something that has always happened? Imagine trying to get a grace set with star stats that's an ethereal. Fuck that. They're adding 10 more graces. I wonder if it's going to be Sanushi. I enjoyed that one. That'd be really good up, Jam. I remember looking on Reddit before I started Nioh 1, when I was like researching builds. I remember looking on Reddit for good builds to take all the way through to Way of the Nioh, and I do remember people at the time saying that the ninjutsu build is very weak. once you get to like Way of the Demon and onwards, because the enemies just like soak up the stuff you're throwing at them. So maybe it's always been kind of weak, right? Have you seen the damage the feathers do on out of key enemies? No? Ah. Don't have enough to level. Sad. I feel a bit nervous. Ah, I forgot to buff, of course. Oh. Hey, Scobie! Well, that was about as well as that could have gone, so. How you doing, Scobie? How was your Saturday? Sick tricks. It's been a bit of a grumpy day. What's up, Scobie? Love it. Love your gumption. Oh, good. Oh, you're too fast. Yeah. Get me through this yokai abilities. I hate being on fire in yokai form. Mainly because I can never tell. Oh god, that's it. Ah! Oh, please giving herself hiccups. What a tiny mug. his cheeks. Thanks, Kinky. You've always got my back. At least this fight is like Amrita City. Ow! No! He has some new burst counters that seem alright versus Brute. Yeah, he I think that they changed the extremes of bosses versus counters. So like some bosses are now like pretty difficult if you don't have like Phantom and Feral because of the timing. But I feel a lot more positive about this guy than I felt about any of the others. That Hair Whip kicked my ass on strong. I almost said kissed my ass. I would hope not a wall yet. But it could be. But I'd hope not. Hey Shrey, how you doing? Oh god, Scobie. Of all the people, I could have expected not to have made that joke. Why did it have to be you? What do you mean, what? A trendy Willow Smith joke? Come on. Come along, friend. Watching Silent Hill 2, nice! I played Silent Hill 2, that was pretty good. I'm trendy as balls, oh goodness. I thought Silent Hill 2 was the best crafted Silent Hill, but my favourite one was Silent Hill 3. It was just more fun. I guess it does, Scobie. I guess I just hold you to much higher esteem than I hold the likes of Shekel. God knows why, because you're much more mature. Oh god. Savage? Oh, come along now. Come along now, Jan. Yeah, you're definitely more mature than Shekel. Definitely. The fact that you have to ask solidifies it for me. Yeah, this guy's not too bad. You do, exactly, Shekel. True, Baker. I would say that Shekel's more mature than you, Baker. I feel like you're probably the least mature. But Scobie's definitely up there at the top. Definitely the most responsible. Kinky, I have no idea where to place you on this scale. I really like that that hair thing is now... Was it always a counter? Was it always a burst attack? Ow. I'm like, wow, I'm so glad that the thing's a burst counter. I bet it already was. Oh, 6,000 damage from behind to this mug. Got me on the backswing. Oh, so it wasn't. Ah. Wow, that made him easier. The thing is, I always had a really tough time with this guy. The first time I fought him, it took me like hours. So it feels weird for me to refer to him as easier because I've never been particularly great with him. What are you doing, Blue? He could be in Twisted Sister, he could! I had them stuck in my head the other day. Why would you give me the ability to do this? Why would you give me the ability to do this? I love his drunken monk style. It's so cool. No! Picked the wrong thing! Oh god, get out of the way, get out of the way! Oh. Relief. No! Alright. Oh, I deserve that. I deserve that. Sophie, what are you doing down there? What are you doing? Nothing. Just doing stuff. I didn't like this fight the first time I fought him, but the more I fight him, the more I like him. Especially now that you can counter that silly twisty hair. The treats were redeemed already. Oh well. I can't remember what his original burst counter was now. God, Kingo's set, you do me so proud. Ow! Ow. Is that all you've got, little one? Call me little one. I'm doing good damage to him now, and I wasn't before, so I'm happy about that. Well, no, I'm doing good damage to him, and I wasn't doing good damage to bosses before. And I'm happy about that. Oh, good. That's exactly what I wanted. Blue, please, I swear. Blue, no, 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 come on. Come on, down. Please get off the desk. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Ton better. Interesting. Well, I've not been picking up soul cores for ages. Ages meaning like New Game Plus cycles. So I reckon I've really missed out. I think I've just stuck with the ones I got from the beginning because I assumed they didn't get any better. He was oos. But now I've learned that they do indeed get better. And it would behoove me to make the most of them. Oos, oos, oos. I want to know Bob's feelings on Disco Elysium as well. I did try Yokai Shift and then realised that I'd run out of juice. As I am often wont to do. Stop telling me that you cannot get the Benevolent Grave information. I don't care. There we go. Kamui! He's enjoying it a lot. Come on. Damn it. Thanks! And I got his soul core. Prey slaughtered. Kinky, are you around? Like, do you have a room? No! Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah, he wasn't tough enough for Nightmare Slaying. Don't blink of trust. Oh, Baker. Oh, it's divine. Excuse me all. Come on. I'm back. Oh, yokai ability damage. Oh. Can I swap it for you? No. Oh, but yokai oh wait, that's even better. I just can't use it. But that's fine. The Onryudo one wasn't very good anyway. Onryudo. Steal your mum! Hey, how you doing? It's been ages. How you doing, Steal your mum? Good, thank you. Good, good. And yourself? I have been great. Tell us what's happened. What's going on? Yeah, kinky. I can set a room up. Yes, please. I've been off Twitch. Oh, fair enough. Been up to anything fun? Busy stealing mums. Damn straight. Fair. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess it definitely limited like the places that you could go. They're not really hanging out in Starbucks. Picture score mission underpass kinky. Okay. I'll be right there. Mark, hey! How you doing? It's Tory Gate, right? Yeah. Hey! It's a me! Oh no, Shekel. Guess you're not cool enough to be in the cool gang. As soon as I said that, you were filled with the determination required to find it. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. We're just doing this really hard game. And we're getting to the parts of the game that are really, really hard. So it's not letting up at all. I'm glad to be of service. Alright, my preparations are complete. Shekel! Oh, I like your Tengu mask. Very Ishin. Oh, sad. Is that your refashion? Oh! Beating this guy up with it as a team almost feels unfair. Because it still only counts as one. I'm just gonna stand here. I'm helping. God, this guy's great. Oh, shotgun. 22k. Welcome back, Wolf. I'm gonna say you missed nothing. It's all yours. Medicine case! Warrior of the West Bow. That could be really useful if that's... Hey, I got Smith and Text for Warrior of the West's armor as well. Perfect. My set is complete. 3 Warrior of the West and 5 Kingos. What else did I find? Well, nothing, but that's okay. No 180 for me. I didn't get a weapon. Well, besides my bow, but that wasn't a 180. Sad times, Dido Obochi. Yeah, that was a pretty fun fight. Use this to get Yatamira. Ah, nice. I'm just gonna run and grab a Diet Coke. Wait, my preparation's complete, yes. There are currently no chances left. Oh no! I'm gonna run and get a Diet Coke anyway, I'll be right back. Hello, Sophie. The only thing I have in my fridge are 24 cans of Diet Coke. Oh, good lord, Shekel. 24 cans of Diet Coke. A tub of margarine that's gone off because I don't use it, so it's probably got mould in it. And a garlic clove because I don't really know where you're supposed to keep a garlic clove. My bachelor fridge. You didn't send a picture of the Diddy C. Oh fuck, yeah. I can take a picture now again. I mean, there are 22 in there now, but I don't get through them that fast anymore. Hey, Will. The Abyss, but not quite. How you doing, Will? I had a picture score like this. How goes it? Not bad, thanks. Beat Drunk Monk. D something. Did a couple side quests. Now we're farming some plus 20 picture scrolls for 180 items. Level 180 items. Bob doesn't know, but he's coming up to a really important scene. I'm sitting here impatiently waiting to find out how he handles it. I really love and hate it when I'm knowing a friend is like playing something and I'm like, and I don't want to push as well. I don't want to be like, so how far have you gotten? Oh, have you finished that bit yet? Like, I don't want to say that, because then they'll know. But I get stressed just thinking about it. Yeah, how you doing, Will? Oh wait, you said doing okay enough. Sorry. Why are these only red Kappas? These guys suck major balls. God, I missed The Witcher. Should I have done a Witcher weekend? In my heart of hearts, I wish I had. I really enjoyed this game, but God, I love The Witcher. We're so close as well. Like, closer than I thought. I consistently come closer than I thought I was. We've only got a couple Gwent cards left to find. And then win the Gwent tournament. But you have to win the Gwent tournament to get the last 4 cards. For the DLC, we've got some side quest nonsense to do. And then we have to finish... oh, not this bastard. And then we have to finish the DLC... with the available endings. You have to get all the available endings for the DLC. And then what else? And then we just have to craft ourselves some armour. Some special armour. Oh, you didn't put one in the fridge! It would be over now, yeah. That's a good point. I'd be very sad if it was over. Wow, just absolutely bullied. I'm really enjoying it. Every time I stream, there's always one game that I'm always really excited for, like more than the others, and it changes like weekly. And this week it's The Witcher. But as you guys know, I have varied massively on games that I'm excited for. Oh, hey, Phil. How you doing? Help me! Thank you. Yay! I got loads of items. I don't know how good any of them are. No 180s, bastard. Kappas suck. Kappas absolutely suck. You got a level 180 helmet, congratulations! Is it good? Is it a good set? Is it got good stats, or is it just a good helmet? For your build, that's great. So if you soul match, if you've got a level 170 and you soul match a level 180 onto it, does that become a level 180 as well? Is that how that works? Oh, nice. What kind of difference can you expect from a 180, Kinky? A 180 weapon? So like my 170 weapon does 400 base damage. What kind of thing can you expect from a 180? Is it significantly bigger or? Okay, right. But I still don't know what that means. It's not much of a difference damage-wise, it's more for the bonuses. Okay, cool. I'm gonna sell some shit. Yeah, fuck that. Fair enough, Will. I can never be bothered to grind bosses for specific things. I like getting good weapons, but I don't mind what kind of things those weapons are, as long as they're the type of weapon I want. I'm not really too fussed. Right, here we are. Oh, these guys are really strong. What level is this scroll? Oh god. Ooh. I'll take that. On Nioh Warriors Gauntlets, well, they better be solid. Solid as a rock. Also, Sven donated Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots the other day, as in like a few months ago, and I was like, and he was like, oh yeah, it's like 90% cutscenes, so you'll have a good time with it. And in my mind I was like, okay, that means that the plat is going to be really simple. We have to play it through 8 times. It takes over 90 hours. I hope those cutscenes are skippable as well. Oh my god, can you imagine like a half an hour unskippable cutscene? And from what I understand of Metal Gear Solid, they won't necessarily be skippable. I'm definitely not going to skip them on my first try, but please let me skip them on my 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. This guy's got a lot of health. Metal Gear 3 Twilight is meant to be tough. You have to shoot these tiny foam figures, and you have one shot at getting it while driving or something like that. That sounds really frustrating. I would probably save Scum for something like that. Oh, Will, I kind of want to hear your thoughts. Like, are you not telling me them because you want to stick to the topic of Nioh, or are you not telling me them because they're spoilers? Because if they're not spoilers, I'd really like to hear them. Oh wow, he did a lot of damage to you just then. Irish! Subscribed for 7 months!
Majestic!
God, Irish. Thank you so much for the sub. 7
hype,
months!
murky hype,
Every single time it
hype.
just blows my mind. Thank you. Hour and a half! I think it is. Some of the cutscenes go on way too long. Sounds like anime. Back to the old Sekiro days. Yeah. And when I watched you play No Man's Sky. Ow! Could somebody help me, please? Thank you. Where's Kinky's grave? There. Oh. Yeah, Kojima tries to make a film. I guess he really cares about the stories he's telling, but the story he's telling is like known to be insane, right? I ran out of elixirs ages ago, and here I am just trying not to die. Oh, really, Will? I heard it was just like a super long walking sim. I didn't know it actually had that many cutscenes. I just filled up my juice. I got smithing text for the Tarotachi. Still no level 80. Oh, I got a level 180 top. That's something. That guy was a unit. Absolutely insane. Then you have all the people telling you what half of it meant, what's meant to mean or reflect. Again, at times it's why too long and not enough gameplay. Yeah, I think a good story could be told well through gameplay. Like a lot of JRPGs have this thing where they just force exposition down your throat, and just instead of showing you, they tell. You know, instead of show, they tell. Instead of giving you like moments of insight into a character's story, instead of, you know, giving you like times when things, you know, examples of a character changing or examples of a character growing. They just tell you instead. It takes like 45 minutes. Furuzodachi! It's good, some don't last as long, but at times you are hit with one after another. As long as you can skip them in later playthroughs, I don't think I mind. Yes! It has raised the level. Yeah, tell isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, games tell you things all the time. Even Dark Souls, a game which is known for having very sparse storytelling, tells you, you know, Gwyn, Witch of Izalith, the Light and Dark, you know, Age of Dragons, like, it still gives you a lot of information. NPCs in the game will tell you things that they would know from their own perspective, so it's sort of like a more believable way of being given exposition, and sometimes they tell you a bit of misinformation because maybe they don't know it that well. And it's a much more organic way of storytelling than just being like, oh, by the way, this happened. Soz, guess that's it now. I always thought he was overrated, and people want him to do Silent Hill. Fucking hate how many cutscenes and how long they would last. Yeah, I mean, I think that a horror game from Hideo Kojima could be very interesting, but I don't think a Silent Hill game, like a series known for its subtlety, would necessarily be like fantastic from his perspective. Like I said, I'd be interested to see if he did something besides like his usual like action adventure and deviated into something else, but the kind of stuff he does would be weird as a horror game. Subtlety and Hideo Kojima are entirely alien to each other. Yeah, and that doesn't really go alongside. It doesn't really go alongside Silent Hill. At least PT had potential. PT had the potential to be very interesting. As a playable trailer, that was a very good experience condensed into a very small amount of time. Very rich storytelling. I think it might be a whole different question if he did a full-length game, because I guess with a playable trailer, he was forced to do it in a very small amount of time, and he had like all these really good ideas, and he had to condense them into something that was like 20 minutes long, an hour long. So I think that's really interesting. I don't know if it would have been amazing if it was like a full-length game. You never know, really, do you? I think he's meant to be making a horror. I saw that he posted stuff to suggest research. Oh, well, I hope it goes well. I like Death Stranding, but it was basically a walking sim with a movie. Okay, I still don't even know the plot to that game. I think you just need someone to edit down cutscenes, then I wouldn't have had minded his games as much. Yeah, apparently when he was working for Konami, they had him in his room. They had him in an office completely separate from, like, everybody else. So he had, like, his game design team downstairs, and they had him upstairs, and they wouldn't let him communicate properly with his team. So I'm wondering how much his team were allowed to send drafts back to him. I don't think they'd work for a horror game. Fair. I think, like, PT was excellent. And it was creative. I wouldn't say... I think some of the dialogue was a bit silly. It had some of his, like, you know, signature outside-the-boxness. I think that it had potential in that way, because he definitely measured it down, but you never know how much, really. Something connections, yeah. Because, I mean, PT was really good. It was very famous. It was really well received. It was scary. Like, it was really scary. I watched it and I was, like, hiding behind a pillow the whole time. I was terrified. So, you know, I think there's a lot of potential in something like that. Ow. Yeah. Well, maybe when he works outside Konami, he will have more people around to do that. Because, I mean, the writing's on the wall. He made a good PT. Like, PT was really good. That's, like, an indisputable... More or less an indisputable fact. Like, depending on your perspective of what horror is, it was at least interesting experience. It wasn't, like, overly long, overly cutscened, overly etc, etc. It was just good. And it was a good, small experience that got very famous very quickly. Even as somebody who doesn't particularly enjoy horror games that much, I was like, this is good shit. Just depends whether or not that was because he had to keep it very short. Like, imagine if PT had been, like, full length. How much do you think he would have turned it into some, like, crazy alien adventure? Junji Ito is really good. Junji Ito has... Junji Ito is my favourite manga artist, and he's the only manga writer whose works I still read, since my exodus from anime a few years ago, and manga. But his stories do have a very... Like, I think it's really hard to put into words, but his stories do have a very big weakness that I think Hideo Kojima could balance out very well. Like, his stories never seem to hit a climax. They never seem... Like, he makes turns of events continue until you see an ending. But it always seems to leave you, like, wanting more, and not always in a good way. Like, sometimes in a really good way. But... It's hard to describe. Like, but I feel like Hideo Kojima would be a really good balance for that. Sometimes I think Junji Ito is too measured in the fact that he leaves things a mystery, which is really good, but sometimes he just puts something out there and then, like, fucks off, and, like, your suspension of disbelief isn't that good that you would get behind it. Like, sometimes most of his stories are really well rooted in reality, and then suddenly something really strange and horrifying will happen. Like Uzumaki, rooted in reality, and then weird things start happening, and people, like, start twisting into, you know, it's like a very simple premise that actually becomes very, like, sickening to watch. And that's one of his best works, I think. But Hellstar Remina, another one that he's done, the ending is very, like, you're just sort of like, oh, you know, and it's so weird and so unexplained, and you're just like, okay, what's a good example of the one? There's this one he did where this guy, he and his parents moved to a new house, and this guy, he starts to hear tapping on his window at night, and when he opens the window, it's this disgusting, like, rotten woman, and she's trying to get into his house for some reason. And he tells the story really well, but because it's sort of like a magical thing rather than, like, a supernatural thing, it's hard to, like, commit to it in your brain. It's hard to, like, be like, okay, this is my basis for understanding, so this is the story that I'm being told from that basis. You know, I don't know, it's really hard to describe, but basically I feel like he and Kojima would work really well, because he can rein Kojima in, but Kojima can make him realise his horror a bit better. Wasn't PT just a demo? It was, exactly, Shekel. It was just a demo, but it was a really good demo, so, like, would it have been better or worse if it was longer under Hideo Kojima? Like, would Hideo Kojima have turned it into, like, a cutscene, you know, cutscene party, or would he have turned it into some kind of, like, you know, all of a sudden the Marines start rolling in? If he'd have been allowed to make a full game, it would have gone completely mad. Fair enough, yeah. I think I'm interested in seeing how well Kojima's studio will do. Can he control himself so he doesn't bankrupt it? Yeah, he is known for making, like, super expensive games, isn't he? I don't know. Basically, I'm a huge fan of Junji Ito, but I think that sometimes he doesn't realise his own work enough. I'm like, come on man, you can do it. You can do it. I didn't get any 180s. Kojima's inspiration was a horror game I forget the name of. So you think that Kojima wouldn't have gone into lots of cutscenes? You think that Kojima would have kept it very show not tell and would have kept it basically devoid of cutscenes? Or do you think he would have gone pretty cutscene mad? I think that was his thing to change up his material that one time. Okay. I don't know his work well enough to have a specific idea on it. Ooh, I got love amateur. Yeah, I feel like Junji Ito is a good weight to bring him down, and Hideo Kojima's a good balloon to dream. I think he would have to physically tie him down to stop him putting in hours of cutscenes. I'd love to know what his opinion was of this. He'd be like angry. After Death Stranding, some people seemed slightly annoyed at the fact he hardly ever gave that much info prior to release, and that he makes reviewers finish the games to give a review or impression, so if they don't like it and can't bring themselves to finish it, they can't write about it. That's interesting. Yeah, you definitely can't complain about his ambition. But I mean, like, there is such thing as, like, biting off more than you can chew, and you can have ambition, but that doesn't necessarily translate to quality. It's down to how much he respects that not every game needs his eccentricities. I wonder how much he would respect that. Somebody on the channel actually met him in real life, and he was quite rude to them. I wonder what he would be like if somebody asked him to tone it down a bit. Fair enough, Biggs. Thing is, when you release a demo like PT, it's good advertising. I can see him being stuck up, yeah. Also, hello Maverick, you're right. Regardless of what you think of Kojima, we can all agree Konami is shit. Yeah, we can agree that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much faith I would have had in PT as a full-length feature, just going on what I've heard, not going on personal experience, so obviously, pinch of salt. But I think Junji Ito is great. I really wish that he was more involved in making video game experiences, because he's fantastic. He's really fantastic at communicating disgust, which I think is very difficult. Communicating something like truly revolting. Sort of reminds you of a point-and-click adventure. Interesting. I know the people who made Eternal Darkness used that as carte blanche for several years to shoot down publisher questioning. Well, how do you mean? Oh, fair enough, Wolf. I don't know anything about Dynasty Warriors, and I unfortunately don't play it, so I actually don't have that much to say about that. But that sounds pretty cool. Might be worth keeping a few of those orange inheritables. Alright, thanks Opchen, I will. If the demo alone is terrifying enough, we can only imagine how scary Silent Hills would be. Ah, this is what we were talking about, Maverick. So, you know how Kojima makes like absolutely barrels and barrels of cutscenes and like tells much more than he shows and definitely like over exposits stories. We were sort of suggesting the idea that PT was really good because it was very short, and he was forced to tell a really short story in a very small amount of time. And we were sort of saying, like, would it have been that good if he had all of the time he wanted? Would he have made such a tightly packed and well-rounded game? And Shekel said yes, and Scobie said no, basically. Not fussed about PT myself, didn't think it was my kind of thing. I'm not too fussed about PT either, but it's nice to see a horror game in the mainstream being made by some really, really good creators who like really care about horror. Because I think that I got switching text, nice. Because I think that you can have like games you prefer, like there are lots of games that you can enjoy, and then there are games that are like really good and people like them regardless of their genre. I don't know, like things like Sekiro, Bloodborne, like games that I've heard of, and back in my RPG days I would never have wanted to play a game like that, and I enjoyed them anyway. Or like, I don't know, Crash Team Racing, or Nioh, which on paper to me sounded like hell. Yakuza, you know, it's just good shit, you know? You're getting some good stuff off these scrolls. I think I am. Why aren't our games done, Silicon Knights? Fuck you. Right. Fuck you, we made Eternal Darkness. Alright, that's a bit petulant. I mean, Guillermo knows horror. That's true, Guillermo does know horror. But we're talking about Kojima. Whether he would have managed to keep himself reined in enough to keep, like, the subtle horror going. Concision is also a quality Kojima completely lacks. Right, fair enough, yeah. Let's have a look at what we got. I didn't get any weapons from that. Sad. Well, I got some blue and some purple ones, but pfft. A hat helmet? Sorry. So what's an orange inheritable on this? I mean, there was lots of hidden stuff in PT that you wouldn't know without breaking the game. Yeah, but we're not talking about PT. We're talking about if PT was made into a full-length experience and Kojima was allowed free reign, do you think it would still be as good? Because do you think he would keep to the subtlety that PT is known for? Do you think it would be a well-rounded, good game? Or do you think he would run away with himself? Yeah, I know the parts you're talking about, but that's not really the question I'm asking you, really. I got Legendary Strategist with a stat melee key damage. Woo! You go. The best thing to come out of PT was ultimately Resi 7, made by people able to be subtle with those ideas for several hours. Oh yeah, because Resi 7 was kind of inspired by it, wasn't it? Just a little. The big faces in your faces definitely were. You still match the orange inheritables, but they are really, really useful. Okay, Upchan, I will keep an eye out for them from now on. Oops. That's good. I think he may have toned it down slightly with the cutscenes, but not enough to where you feel like the horror is coming from gameplay, but is cutscenes and shit. Okay. So you're saying that he would probably have less cutscenes, but they'd still be the main source of exposition, and they would be the main way he would communicate the scares? And he'd rely on them to tell the story instead of the game? Or am I misinterpreting? The beauty in horror is giving the player control. I don't think he would be that asinine as to keep pulling you out of it. Okay. They give you extra stats on your gear. Alright. I'm going to keep an eye out for those. They will still overpower the gameplay, but not as much as some of his other games. Alright. Okay. Yeah. I think PT was a very, very good teaser. That's the beauty of video games in general, hasn't stopped him before. Also true. Like, Scobie's got a good point. If he actually was so asinine as to understand how to be measured and not to keep pulling you out of the action to show you a cutscene, his track record hasn't really demonstrated that. There's a difference in being shown a scare and you being the one that walks into it. That is true. Just depends on which one Kojima would trust you to understand. I don't think I could trust him. I could play it, but I don't think I would expect too much. Yeah, okay. I'll break them back into the kitchen. What are you doing in the kitchen? Perhaps we'll get a spiritual successor if the Junji Ito thing goes through. I'd really like that. I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here at the time, but I'd really like to see Junji Ito more involved in games. He's so good at horror. Like, the timing of his horror, the way he takes very subtle day-to-day things and turns them into horror. Like, I would fully trust in him to make a really good game. Blueberry cobbler, some mayo, par-fried, some chips, and as you'd say, almost done making buns. Aww! What brought on this lovely spur of homeware? Long time this stuff had... Oh yeah, I saw the Junji Ito collection anime thing. That was a shame. That was a shame. It was just so cheaply made. Junji Ito puts a lot of detail into his artwork that really, like, communicates how disgusting it is. Like, if somebody's face is, like, rotting off and covered in, like, boils and, you know, horrible, you know, bits of skin and just, you know it just from looking at them in a single picture, because he'll take hours and hours and hours to communicate that to you properly. But when they, like, adapted his work to anime, they did, like, that classic anime thing where most shots were like, instead of movement and animation, it was just like panning shots over a still image. And even the still image itself would be like very quickly like put together with like very little detail on the faces and stuff. So it just kind of lost that revulsion, that like impact. The honey tree one, I don't remember the honey tree one. Oh, having company tomorrow. Nice one, Yemi. Domestic God. Have you ever played World of Horror? No, I've never heard of World of Horror. What about Yummy no Senshi? It's all hypothetical ultimately. Maybe lightning would have struck and Kojima would have respected the player's time and core tenets of Silent Hill. Unlikely as it is. But it was canned, is the great mystery of it. Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, now that he's free, maybe he'll do something, but it's strange that he didn't try and at least resurrect it by a different name. I found that really weird. Oh, well, let us know if you don't want to do it anymore, Kinky. I don't know if Shekel has any scrolls. I'm not sure if I do. Well, no! Leave me alone, Senshi. I'm just trying to be supportive. It's an indie roguelike RPG in early access styled after horror manga with obvious shoutouts to Junji Ito. Basically looks like you're playing a page of Uzumaki. Oh, cool. Uzumaki was really gross. It was like one of those stories that I kind of read and was a bit unnerved and was, you know, clearly made uncomfortable by some of the stuff in there. But it didn't really hit me until like later that night, you know. You like read it during the day and you're like, oh, that was weird. And then you're like just thinking about it during the day, like the scenes that you've seen and the stuff that's happened, and you're just kind of like processing it. And then you're lying in bed and you're just thinking about it. If either of you have a scroll you want to do, I'm down for that as well. I have a ton of these things. Nice. I have scrolls, but I don't know how good they are. I got shit scrolls. Sad. I've been exposed to too much Gurren Lagann to think of spirals as nothing but badass. Ugh. I definitely know spirals in one context, but I also know them in another context now. Oh, I forgot to check for inheritables. Fuck. I need to check first, lock them if I find them, and then deal with them. My cousin was obsessed with Gurren Lagann. Oh wow. Oh! This is Phantom Yoshitetsu. Oh, that was quick, that's fine. So I guess you started with feral aching. Any Junji Ito can make sharks with legs terrifying. Yeah, like, he's really, really good at that. He takes something that is either mundane or just completely nonsensical, and he turns it into something that is not necessarily believable, but you can suspend your belief far enough to see it in the context that he wants you to see it. He's really good at stuff like that. Oh, he's Yoshitetsu's done all of their counters. Oh! Oh, this guy's fun. Let's just kill him. Actually, yeah, the shark with legs ones, the sharks with leg ones, the sharks with legs, guns with legs, was really disgusting, actually. It was called something that just had like, I think it was called Rio? No, Gyo! slightly. I think if they called it Hideyoshi, it would have been a bit better. I feel like it would have been better if it was called Hideyoshi. It's like the Takichiro you know is dead. This is pure Hideyoshi now. He's like fully consumed. You know, he's not the friend you were anymore. And then when you meet him again, maybe his name is Takichiro again. He's got a lot of HP. God. I'm going to take this opportunity to try a little bit of high stance though. Doing the same thing I was doing before, but angrier. You're doing all the cooking with a sore shoulder. Why is your shoulder sore? Because. I see. It's October, get your flu shot. I wonder how you get a flu shot in the UK. Oh, you have to book it with a doctor. Alright. For a really long time, I thought that you were only eligible for a flu shot if you were like really old or at risk. Oh wow, plus 17. Plus 18! We just walked up to the pharmacy and asked insurance covered 100%. Oh wow. Thanks enough farming for me today. Thanks for the scrolls, Kinky. Fair enough, Shekel. No, it's like 60 plus or something, you get it for free. Ah. Hmm. And do you know how much it is if you're not at risk? Bye, Shekel. Not a clue, sorry, fair enough. Alright, Kinky. Do you want to carry on, Kinky, or are you finished? Be honest, let me know. Google suggests £20 roughly, that's not too bad. Imagine if Takichiro couldn't block everything. If Takichiro couldn't block everything, that fight would have been about 30 minutes shorter. Used to be a tenner. Back in the day. Oh. Bye, Kinky. Blueberry cobbler. Oh, Senji, I can see it in the Discord. What exactly is a cobbler? Because I don't think we have those here. $13.99, that's a bargain. Sign me up. Maybe I'll go and try the next boss with the equipment I've collected. Make a bit more progress, and then we can carry on. If you're still around at the time. Fruit pie filling with biscuit-like dough. Dough. Chicken wings. Mmm. Can't believe I got such beefy equipment for doing that as well. That's really good, but I mean, it's plus 18. Cooking through Brave Tart, but got tired of pie dough, so I did a cobbler for this one. What's Brave Tart? Is that a Braveheart cookbook? Oh, Brave Tart! Okay, so this was 332. 334. 336. 335. Okay, cool. Let's go and do the bravest of the brave. I got a star stat A++ sword, but it's for a trash set. Oh, that's bollocks. What's an isekai? The second half is all copycat recipes, so you can make your own stuff like your own Oreos or Girl Scout. What is a Girl Scout cookie? Is it just a cookie that you purchase from the Girl Scouts? Or is it a specific kind of cookie? Come on then, Maeda. Ordinary guy gets trapped in a fancy world. Oh, yeah. I watched one where it was an ordinary guy and it was like him on his own and he went into the world that was like only women or like 99% women. And I was like, is that dear author, is this honestly the way that you could, is this honestly the only way that you could feel like remarkable? Is this honestly the only way that you feel like you can get laid if you're the last man on the planet? Like, come on, have some self-respect. You can do this. You don't need this validation. You can do this. Fucking harem animes. The problem with harem animes is that they could be believable if the person at the center of the harem wasn't always like really boring. I'm like, you're telling me that all of the women here would die for you and they fight over you every day, and your personality type could best be described as ready salted. Wow, that hurt. Ow. Those types of characters tend to be self-inserts. That's the point I'm making, Maverick. That's why I said dear writer and not dear main character. I mean, they do have to be generic, but I mean, come on, man. Like, making a character really boring on purpose doesn't necessarily mean that you can excuse the fact that the character's boring, you know? It's like Geralt, like, oh yeah, he's a massive dick to people because he's had like witchy mutations, and he's really like unfunny and unpleasant because like he's got witchy mutations, like you wouldn't understand, and I'm like, yeah, but he's still very unfunny and unpleasant, you know? It's one of those kind of situations where people are like, oh well, I mean, it's how it's supposed to be in the lore, and I'm like, but that doesn't mean that it's not a fact, you know? How else will all the people who think liking something as a personality relate? It's just weird. How social? How do you define concerning? Because looking at the Cursed channel on the Discord, I am scared to consider what you might think is concerning. 9K. I hit 22K earlier. Looks to me exactly like the previously mentioned Tomb Raider movie, but it's 2020. Oh! That is concerning. Ah! I almost went off the edge. US Marines. Weird. Get in! What do you mean, what am I thinking? That's probably the worst place a US Marine could end up. What are you thinking, having a bath? I'm sweaty. They're cool bow guns. I don't know what a bow gun is, but it sounds cool. Thanks, Maverick. Not as bad as Nioh Kuni 2. Hearing the description at the start of the game almost made me want to play it. What's the description? Because I watch it on PlayStation Access, and the guy on there talks about Nioh Kuni 2 a lot. He's like a huge fan of it, but I don't know what kind of experience it is. Ow! The tracking on that, honestly. It's everything else that's cursed. That's so weird. And then he gets transported to a fancy world to hang out with a little prince boy. Are you kidding me? Is that the start of Nioh Kuni 2? Wow. I'm out of juice! God, I run out of juice a lot in during the Demon. Oh, great. Well, at least it's a non-generic one. Ding Dong Dell. Wow. I don't know how much of that I could possibly ever read aloud, so. Ah! Bloody and benevolent grave. One of the main actors from the Monster Hunter movie is the same person who plays Jill Valentine. Aww, Jill. You were almost a Jill sandwich. Oh. Yeah. Must have missed that the first time. Awkward. Why does he have to be the president? Why are things getting nuked? How does that relate to anything? Good question. Is that sarcasm, Bakes? Made me laugh. Oh gosh. Oh, so close. I heard the noise and I was like, just move in a circle. Fair enough, Bakes. Let me know how it is, because I've never played that kind of thing. Not great to plat though. Why? And thank you for thinking about my priorities. Ow. Total grind fest. Well, maybe I'll be acclimated to that kind of thing after Disco 5. I thought the guy actually died then. Bosh! Raided you with a party. Hey, Bosh! How you doing? Yeah, but I want to look at my stuff first. Only gamer glory. Well, I do like games. But I only want to play games that I can play. I think I've talked about my priorities a lot before, so I won't labour the point, but I do enjoy games for the gameplay. Like, I remember I got really annoyed when Baker told me the answer to that murder mystery. I will never forgive you for that, Baker. I honestly think about that a lot. But, I don't know, I like to plat things. Hot takes. The one in Borderlands, when Baker was like, oh, I think it's that guy over there. It's just that guy. And I was like, what do you mean it's just that guy? How's it going with the plat? Good, thanks. We've only got one trophy left for the 100%. It's the do all the missions on Dream of the Demon, so... How's your situation? What were you doing on the stream? I think it was random, that mystery as well. Yeah, I was well annoyed, man. I was well annoyed. And you were like, what? You just like to plat things? And I was like, no, while I play them, I like to enjoy them as well. You know, I would be very bored if I played a game just to get trophies and it was as long as Borderlands. 100% for now, yeah. Failed to load bloody and benevolent grave information. I didn't ask. I want it on record that Mert does not want people telling her the answers to puzzles. Yami, we've told people before. We've told people before. Like on Resi 4 when I walked over to that puzzle and somebody immediately posted the answer to it in chat and Shekel had to delete it before I could see it. Beat this game yesterday with one hand and now I'm doing bare-handed only. Just beat the second boss. Nice, how is it? Is it easier than one hand? Yeah. I mean, like, a part of me somehow understands, like, Dark Souls backseaters, but I don't understand people who backseat puzzles. Like, why would you not want me to figure it out? Why would you not want to enjoy that intended part of play, you know? Love it. Got ya. Thank you, option. Only doing around 79 per hit on bosses. Fair enough. That gap on the bridge was an absolute fucking nightmare. Telling people the solution in a puzzle game is sort of like grabbing the controller out of their hands if they're not playing an action game to your satisfaction. That's true. Some puzzles are objectively bad. I know Destiny 2 had a few that nobody could solve for a few weeks. Yeah, it's definitely courteous to ask first, even if the puzzle is bad. It's definitely courteous to see people figure it out. Like, even if you watch somebody who's got the wrong end of the stick, they might come around very quickly to the right end of the stick. I think it's pretty rude to do that. Like, people do it because they want to, like, relive the excitement of figuring it out. You know, they're like, oh, I figured this out. Oh, this was great. Oh, I was so proud when I got this. And then they go to other people and then they do it for them, not realizing that they've now taken that experience from somebody else, or not caring that they've taken that experience from somebody else. And there's a lot of satisfaction in figuring out puzzles and understanding bosses and, you know, finding secret passages and stuff that people don't realize that they, in their effort to help the person who's playing, they actually take that experience from them. They'll never get that experience, so they'll never be able to enjoy it the same way that they're so proud of being able to enjoy it. Destiny 2 did an EE hunt in a community of not EE hunters. They tried the COD Zombies approach all of a sudden. Wait, what? Tell me more. There's one in a game called Paper Dolls that you can't solve unless you know Chinese, as they never put the translation in the game. Wow. Did you have to figure out that Show Your Humanity puzzle, or did you know that one going in? I can't remember. I think I had heard something about it, because while a part of me thinks... while a part of me can't remember being told the answer, I definitely think that I knew some way or another. Maybe from like a Varty video or something. Hey, Heisekite, how you doing? Untouched Omio, untouched ninjutsu. I do not want these. They locked new content besides a massive Easter egg. The community is really boring in Destiny 2, turns out. So they were fuming. If they didn't announce the fact there was shit locked behind the Easter egg, it would probably have worked out better for everyone. Can you imagine being annoyed at an Easter egg hunt? Joyless. Absolutely joyless. How dare you hide a fun surprise in the game that we can figure out as a community? Grief. They simp for content and complain if the content is shit, but they still beg for more. I've never played those kinds of games, and I don't understand the mentality. Not to say that I wouldn't sympathise if I did understand the mentality. I'm pretty sure if somebody sat me down and was like, this is the mentality, this is the justification, I'd probably at least empathise, but I'm so far removed from it that I'm just like, what? If you do that, that might lead to people playing the game in a less than maximally efficient manner. Oh yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? To be fair, Destiny 2 is about as deep as a dry puddle. Oh. This isn't something that I know, but... We do 3-3-5. Ugh. Things are getting difficult. The one time they made it exciting, the community shit on it. That's incredible. I'll say the part they did solve involved some esoteric French poet. Oh, wow. I beat the game in about 12 hours. Okay. Isn't it more about, like, the longevity, like, long-term live service kind of play? So there's, like, a main campaign, and then there's, like, the raids and things that happen, right? Hit max level in even less time. Wow. But there are only, like, 2 raids. Oh. Is the game just unfinished? Got really boring really fast. Oh. Gotcha. No locked content behind the live service. Okay. That sounds a bit shit. The first 3 Destiny 2 DLCs were meant to be in Destiny 1. Okay. I've been grabbed by the Kuroka a couple times, but it is a very weird grab. In the sense that I have no idea where the hitbox is for it. Anthem is dead as hell. Oh, Anthem! I've heard of Anthem. Even the devs abandoned it. What happened to it then? What was it and what happened to it? Unfinished. It was a third-person Destiny, but the devs decided to not look at Destiny for what could go wrong. Okay. So they failed to do their market research. Bare bones, unfinished, badly designed, got absolutely shredded on release. Oh, are there any YouTube videos about this kind of shit? I do love a nice YouTube lowdown. Destiny meets Warframe without any of the positive qualities of either. They haven't even attempted a redemption. Oh wow, just like that lost, right? The starting weapon was the most powerful due to how the game calculated damage. That's kind of crazy. They're meant to be giving it the No Man's Sky treatment, okay. Poor BioWare. Jim roasted it! Oh, my boy! It would be extremely political. That doesn't seem like a wise move when you're trying to appeal to G***MERS. Trying to start shit? Oh god. How shallow can you be? Completely unwarranted backlash comes as a result of just basic chance. Not for any not on purpose. What on earth is Frostbite? We're picking up so many Odachis and none of them are what I want. They also announced that next Dragon Age was going to have live service elements. Woo! That is political. Frostbite is the engine that Battlefield was made on. Okay, so it's an engine. EA is weird about Frostbite. So why is having Frostbite and the Frostbite engine a bad thing? What's the problem with it? Bearing in mind the only engine I know is Gamebryo, because it created that absolute master game that I'm sure you've all heard of. Like, I think some Need for Speed games were forced to run in it. Yeah, and then decided that since the engine went solely for first-person shooters, that it should be used to make every kind of game. Okay. So what happens when you try to make a Need for Speed game on an FPS engine? Like, what does that mean? Like, why is that a bad thing? And just beyond, like, it makes it shit. You need to make a lot of the basic stuff yourself. Okay. So it just becomes like this Frankenstein amalgamation of the basic thing and then all of the stuff that it needs to actually run the new game. They wanted people to use it so they could share assets and help ease stuff on other studios, okay. Hacking together a lot of stuff to do things it wasn't meant to do. Spaghetti code, you can make it work, but if the engine doesn't really like you doing it, you have to do caveman shit to get the engine to understand, leading to buggy games. Okay, alright. Dev time actually increases. Oh, I see. Oh, that was the problem with For Honor, or a problem with For Honor. That's interesting. Oh wow. I think this door's ever been locked. The Assassin's Creed engine. Well, that sounds like a perfect idea, Shekel. It works poorly or isn't documented, yeah. I bet if it's all cobbled together it's going to be a nightmare. Sharing code that's all cobbled together is really, really annoying. Because even with documentation, like, who knows? Honestly, who knows? some of the devs asked if at the place I work asked if I wanted to do some work on a project that they had, and they were like, yeah, it's written in Angular JavaScript, and I was like, okay, cool. And then I start work on it, and it is written in Angular JavaScript, but like a very strange version of Angular JavaScript that they've like combined with about 5,000 other random libraries and plugins, and had to do some real like strange shit just to get it to work properly. And I was like, this isn't written in Angular. Like, you can say that, but this is just Frankenstein's code. I was like, this isn't a quick, easy job. Working with other people's code is the worst. Unless they're like really good at code. Imagine building a shovel with your bare hands before you can start digging. Oh. Animal Crossing. Has shovels in it. The shovel keeps breaking. Alright, that's pretty good. What's the word? Allegory? Metaphor? Whichever. Yeah, I mean, like, all software seems to have a bit of dark a bit of dark magic buried somewhere. But it tends to be in, like, the peripherals and to accommodate sort of edge cases, things that have never been done before. Not really, like, the basic stuff. Analogy, there we go. You're leaking poo gas. Scobie, how dare you point that out? Like, can you imagine if you had this condition and you just had somebody on the bus be like, you're leaking poo gas? Like, can you have some respect, please? Honestly. Honestly. Okay, Freudian. I want to work. I want to be a housekeeper. Actually, no disrespect to housekeepers. Ignore. Homemaker, that's what I'm thinking, not housekeeper. I want to be a homemaker. I want my husband to work in executives and cheat on me with his secretary. You find tons of weird stuff in out-of-bounds areas and games, and the usual response from devs is removing it broke everything, so we left it in. That's kind of funny. I'd fucking love to be a house husband. I don't know if I'd want to be a housewife or, like, homemaker. I'd like to work from home and maintain my home whilst doing it. But I wouldn't want it to be my own, like, my role. And thanks to feminism, I can choose. I get really, really sad when I see women that are like, feminists want me to have a career and they won't let me be a housekeeper and a homemaker, and they won't let me raise children because they hate femininity. And I'm like, no, they just don't want it to be an expectation for everybody. Like, it's fine. Don't worry. It's different. I just want some basic companionship, man. Bless. There's 1,000 reasons stuff gets cut, and a lot of the time it gets left in somewhere. When we redid our kitchen, we had the exact same situation with an outlet. Well, how so? They tried removing it and it killed power to the basement, so we have a useless outlet in the back corner. Isn't this so funny how shit is just cobbled together? Like, nobody really knows what they're doing. They just... Some people have qualifications, but some people don't. And the people who are qualified to do it, you know, they are qualified to do it, but... with the outlet in and the basement power, who knows? Who knows? Yeah. Fully qualified to be like, well, it breaks the power to the basement, so we're just going to leave it in. Life is just one big frostbite engine. If it works, it works. And it's a feature. Yeah, we can try and figure it out, but it would be cheaper not to. Problem is the people who know what they're doing have to work with stuff made by people who don't know what they're doing. That's fair. And, like, most industries age so quickly that, there was a big legacy project at my old job where we were having to rewrite loads of the code base because it had been written in... No, at my current job, a lot of the old code base is written in vanilla JavaScript, which, like, a few years ago was fine, but now we need it in, like, Angular and whatever else. And, like, so it's not just, it's also like you're working with something that somebody else has made and probably didn't know exactly what they were doing, and also you're probably trying to rebuild it with a better tool, but you still need to figure out how it works together. There are those who do shit on women for wanting to be homemakers. There was a clip of a new woman who shat on someone saying she shouldn't be aiming to wake up and take care of her home and look after her family while her husband went back to earn money. There was some backlash from some women. I think pointing out the voices of some women when talking about feminism is really reductive, honestly. Like, being like, I'm like, feminists want you to be able to choose. You can have a career if you want, and you can be a homemaker if you want. You can be a wife and mother if you want. You can be a businesswoman if you want. You can do whatever you want, and you shouldn't be discriminated against either way. And then there's like some nutter on the news that's like, you shouldn't be a homemaker. And people, when they're talking about feminism, point at women like that, and they're like, but that's what women say. And it's like, but it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter what that means. Doesn't matter what she said. She's not speaking for people. And it's very reductive to respond to something like that by referring to women like her, because it gives people like that authority. And it gives people like that, like, volume. It makes it seem like it's a widespread belief that actually has legitimacy when it doesn't, you know? Yeah, every side has a couple of assholes that ruin it for everybody, exactly. Reading a story about game dev workarounds ends with, we're hoping that won't be the case for Anthem, which he's working on now. Ooh, dear. Like, there are a lot of, predominant movements right now for a lot of different reasons, and there are always some people who point at those movements and then point at some like random crazy person, and they're like, but they said that this, so bad? And it's like, no. I don't even need Scampus in Dream of the Demon. But will I take Scampus? Yes. Scampus is love. This Geki's about to get a whole lot bigger. Nothing but positive Scampus vibes, honestly. BioWare had to make the actual RPG features like progression and skills from the ground up because Frostbite didn't have that kind of stuff. Progression and skills? So do you think that is the reason that Andromeda failed, or do you think that Andromeda was going to fail anyway? There are a lot of reasons, okay. Oh god. But the game be objectively doomed from conception is the biggest. How so? Bearing in mind, I don't know much about Andromeda's development. Oh no! I thought I was still in Yoko form. Welcome back, show. I didn't play Mass Effect 3, but I remember the ending. I remember people being very angry about it. The development of Andromeda was turbulent and troubled, marred by director change, multiple major rescopes, an understaffed animation team, technological challenges, communication issues, office politics, a compressed timeline, and a brutal crunch. Oh wow, so just everything then. Seen a bit scopes. And then you put out all the requirements for maximum profits, and that's what I'm wrong is yes. Okay. More evidence that crunch doesn't necessarily help as well. Imagine knowing that a game is going to be shit and that you're basically just putting something out there to die, and your boss still making you come in on a Saturday. Imagine starting a new job and you get yeeted into a multi-billion-dollar project. Yeah. Stressful. I saw something about the animation actually that they use like a software that like sort of automated a lot of the conversation animations, so a lot of the characters ended up looking really weird. Wow, didn't drop any divines. There you are. Oh, you're good guy Guts, Maverick. Can I please change your username to Maverick so I know who you are? Because I was confused when I saw you join. Still 170s. Thank you, Maverick. Right-click user for more actions. Come on. You've vanished. You've gone. Were you ever here? Oh, there you are. Oh, weird. It says that your name is Maverick, but you came up as Good Guy Guts. Oh, Shekel did it. Ah. Are any of us really here? Good question. Oh, piss off, Shekel. Piss off. Piss off. Fight me. Got some nice shoes. 1v1 me, Supreme Commander. It's really unfortunate that China's name is China, as in like Evangeline's real name China, because Communist China has become a hilarious nickname for her. I really like it. It's perfect. Forged Alliance. I don't know the reference. Oh, yummy. Regale me with food. Base. Supreme. Oh, right, I see. Nerd. Why has that suddenly become harder for me? I'm lost, but I'm happy for all of you. Oh, that's really good, actually. Wow. Cool. Don't really care for ninja skills, so... Let's see, we got 336, 341, 344, 342, 337, 341. Alright. 336 time. Oh god, I know this. Lord Yeasty Son. He's a very handsome son. Wow. Thanks, that was a waste. Oh, that's really sweet, Chick. Ow. That was quite quick. Did you ever play any of the COD campaigns? No, but I have a few of the games on PlayStation 3. I bought them because they were like £1 at Kex, and then never played them. And now I won't play them, and you know why. We all know why. No! Sorry. Every time. COD campaigns are surprisingly good. Let me check something. Let me see which ones I have. I have Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and Battlefield 3. I did indeed get sniped. Is that the first one or the second one? What's the latest one? Because I have the second one. Be staggered, you beast! Horrible man. Ow. Ow. Modern Warfare Remaster and the new one don't have online trophies. Okay. I still don't know which ones you're talking about. So Modern Warfare got remastered. And then there's a new one as well. Cold War? Cold War looks kind of crap. How so? I thought the trailer for it looked really good. But that's just somebody who hasn't played any of them. Hopefully you guys can understand why I cannot read the messages right now. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Ah, there we go. Alright. There's Modern Warfare released many years ago, which got remastered. Modern Warfare 2, which is getting a remake or is remade, but no plat. And the latest COD game, Modern Warfare. Modern Warfare Remaster has a plat and is only the campaign. Oh, cool. There's a lot of games like that I own on PS3, and looking over their lists, you can just see that there was this like era in gaming where this isn't obviously COD because COD's like largely multiplayer, but like where single player games just got so many multiplayer mode tie-ins. So people who bought single player games because they enjoyed them and maybe wanted to get all the achievements for them would get like forced onto largely dead servers to play a very arbitrary online mode, and I'm kind of glad we're out of that. now. I'm kind of glad that somebody somewhere seems to have proved that single player games don't need random multiplayer modes. There's 4 Modern Warfare games, okay. Moderner Warfare, yeah. Like, I know that you enjoyed The Last of Us online mode, Shekel, but that was a really key example. And like Tomb Raider. One of the Assassin's Creeds, a bunch of the Assassin's Creeds have online modes now. Modernist Warfare. I'm just like, if it's a single player game, it's a single player game, you know. All the Assassin's Creed games since 3 have online now, fair enough. I mean, like, a lot of people play those games because they're just quiet nerds trying to get on with life. And it's quite arbitrary to add a multiplayer mode. I think Revelations, I was watching an Outside Extra video today and they were talking about how annoying it was back trying to collect all the achievements on like old Assassin's Creed games. And just the servers being like absolutely dead. Because like nobody really cared for it. Or at least coming back a year later, nobody cared for it. Like Code Vein, made with this very arbitrary trophy to get 400 medals for helping other players. Like a year later, the co-op, I think it's still less than a year later since it's been released, and the co-op is dead. Absolutely dead. So you have to boost it less than 12 months after the game came out, and apparently that was the situation for a lot of them. The AC multiplayers was actually kind of cool. They did mention that the Assassin's Creed multiplayer was kind of cool. They did mention that it was good and it had its merit, but that it was kind of random in a single player game for people who probably wouldn't care to do it. Last of Us Online kept the intensity of the single player in the online mode. You love Code Vein, Mert, don't lie. Are we ever going to drop this joke, Baker? Like, are we ever going to stop making this joke? Come on, man. Come on, man. You can make more jokes. I permit it. I allow it. I encourage it. Please feel free to think outside the box. How long does the series have to go on before it gets to the point that Revelations is an okay title to have? Interesting question. 1,000+ tryhards made it not that kind of fun. Yeah, I feel like a lot of single player games with online multiplayer compulsory trophies had that problem where if you did stumble upon like a real gold mine, it would probably be full of people who were really invested in it to the point where their skill level had just crept beyond anything. Even, there are some mainstream games now, like Fortnite, trying to get into that now is apparently very difficult, because people just build. And imagine like trying to get a trophy, imagine trying to get like a few multiplayer trophies on an old PS3 game or something. And you don't have anybody to boost it with, so you're just trying your darndest. And you just cannot. Welcome back, Senchi. We had Revengeance at some point, so anything's on the table when it comes to game titles. We've got 4 Modern Warfares. My yeasty sons are in the oven. I love them. I saw them. Senchi just join a clan. See, those kinds of things are really good, Maverick. Like, stuff like join a clan I think is fine. But, like, really arbitrary ones like get to level 50 in this online mode. Like GTA 5's get to level 100 in this online mode is pretty extreme. Like GTA 5 has a really good online mode, but get to level 100 requires like 100 hours. It's a lot of time and effort, you know. The online trophies just be in the menu. I love that. I'd love that even more if even if they close the servers down, they still give you like a little fake menu that you can go into, so that you can still get the trophy. Stuff like that I think is fine. Like when the expectations of a multiplayer game are not even necessarily like limited by ability. Because if you only put win a game, customize your loadout and join a clan into a trophy list, you're not expecting the player to get very good at it. So you're not expecting a player to sink like hundreds of hours into it. which I kind of appreciate. You know, you let people who you know want to come in and soak up the rest do so, but you're also hopefully making a good experience for the people who do want to stick around. Titanfall 2. I think Plunder was also talking about Titanfall 2. I don't know. I mean, like, not everybody cares that much about achievements, which is fine. You know, I appreciate that I enjoy games in a different way than other people, but that doesn't mean I enjoy them in the wrong way. And I think that still gives me, I think I'm still allowed to have an opinion on whether or not certain things are good or productive in a game. So I know it's probably a bit. I know it probably comes off as a bit extreme for me being like single player games shouldn't have arbitrary multiplayer modes. Or like maybe they could, but just not with trophies, you know? Games that came out in like 2008, arbitrary online modes. Just, you know, what's the point? Especially when a lot of them were clearly afterthoughts, like, what is it? Tomb Raider something? There's like a Tomb Raider game. And apparently the online matchmaking is so bad that even if you go on there to like boost with a friend, it's still really hard to find each other because it's just not match made properly. So like multiplayer modes that are just afterthoughts, but they then pin lots of trophies to, I do find kind of frustrating. Luckily, I didn't really get into trophy hunting until like last year, so I've missed a lot of those. But if I'd started a few of those games like 10 years ago, I'd be well annoyed now. Make it like Call of Duty, yeah. Yeah. People just saw like the success of things like Call of Duty and they were like, do that. Do that. I promise lightning will strike twice, do that. I also really like Dark Souls in the way that Dark Souls gives you the resources to earn online things offline by grinding for items. So it's not fun, but you can still do it if you want to, you know? And after the servers go down, the plat will still be achievable. I like things like that as well. Oh, I played Spec Ops: The Line, yes! Grim journey into the darkness of the human heart, examination of the nature of violence and personal responsibility. Had a multiplayer mode. Yes, I played Spec Ops: The Line on Xbox 360. And the story was great, and I did notice that they had a very silly multiplayer mode. Titanfall is a multiplayer game first, but that's fair. Like things like FIFA, Rocket League, Titanfall, I don't know, Fortnite, obviously, Apex Legends, stuff like that. Things that are made to be a multiplayer game. Like that's not a problem with me, because then if they're made to be a multiplayer game, you know that the multiplayer mode will have quality. But it's when it's like a single player game and they've clearly done it as like a last second thing. And they clearly didn't have the resources to do it properly, like the servers are shit, matchmaking doesn't work properly. That's really annoying. Yeah, there's always something that games try to just pin on you. Like every few years the trend changes, but it's always something arbitrary that you have to do because it made money for somebody else, so it will make money for us. Publisher mandated, yeah, it's always publisher mandated, isn't it? What's wrong with Fortnite, Maverick? It's just a game for kids. Oh, loot boxes. Well, I mean, Fortnite isn't the sole Fortnite isn't like the sole loot box person. I mean, I was more annoyed to see microtransactions and loot boxes and things in single player games like Dead Space 3 and how Assassin's Creed Odyssey apparently has microtransactions despite being a fully single game. Overwatch was really bad for loot boxes. Yeah, Valve. They promised to make the Save the World mode. The thing they made originally was supposed to go free to play back in 2018. I actually tried Save the World and I didn't really like it. but a really, 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 really long time ago. Like, to the point where I'm pretty sure somebody asked me if I knew about it a few days ago, and I was like, no, I don't. But now that we're talking about it, I definitely know what it was. I thought they'd taken the mode out, to be honest. I don't know. I guess they accidentally struck gold. I might as well have. Fair. Fair. Yeah, I don't remember much about it. We were in like a little neighborhood. Or at least I was in a little neighborhood. I climbed up on the roof of a house. And there was a countdown, I think. Can't blame them if no one cares. Good point. People game their money for their project, then they shit on the customers. Yeah, I do remember Save the World being announced at E3, actually, back in the day. And they definitely got people hyped for it. I remember thinking it looked alright. Like, it probably wasn't going to be something that I was going to buy, but it looked nice. So I guess if people bought it just for the Save the World mode, then they'd be quite disappointed. Missed. Shovel Knight is still not a finished product. Aren't they really bad with that? I'm pretty sure I've heard bad things about the devs, but I don't remember what those bad things were. Shovel Knight cameoed in Ukulele as well. The devs are lazy as shit. Ugh. Yeah, I feel like it's really scummy to have a Kickstarter for your game and then just like get like tens of thousands and sometimes even hundreds of thousands of dollars from people and then just stiff them. DLC maybe every 3 to 4 years. Yeah, that's really scummy for a dev studio to do. Like, when you're going to Kickstarter, you're essentially saying like, my idea probably couldn't get funded by a company, so here we are, general public. This is my idea. I couldn't get a multi-million-dollar company to back me on this, so can you please back me on this? And then stiffing them on that is, I think, really, really scummy. You know? Like, shitting directly on people who, like, put a lot of trust and faith into you is scumbaggerino. If I invested in a Kickstarter, I would want a percentage of the profits. Well, I mean, you do get things back as rewards and stuff, and being like, oh hey, I'm one of 20,000 backers, so I would like 0.0005% of the profits, please. It's probably going to be a lot for them to keep an eye on. So I can see why they don't do things like that. Oh yeah, I heard about Mighty Number 9. Arena of general opinion, yeah. I'm gonna die because of my own poor planning. I wish I'd prepared! Yeah, if you have a good experience with Kickstarter, then it's fine. And I'm not talking about, like, specifics, you know. Because, like, when we start bringing anecdotal evidence into it, then it becomes a bit murky. Like, it's pretty good. Like, I guess the majority of games do end up being alright when they're kickstarted. And it's not even a case of, like, ruining trust in Kickstarters. It's just the premise of shitting on your backers. Probably like 10%, really. I love how his skirt flutters up when you hit him. Yeah. I think think there are some really good Kickstarters. I think the problem with a lot of it is that there's not that many ways you can tell the difference between a good and a bad one until like it's too late. Like Mighty Number 9 looked really good. I imagine Shovel Knight looked great as well. It's just really difficult to test, and sometimes they show screenshots of a game that looks a lot better than what's actually released. I mean, normal games companies do that, like Watch Dogs back in the day. So it's really hard, and I feel like it's especially cruel when you've asked an individual to put their faith in you, even if it's just for like £5. You know, it's not just the money; it's the the fact that you've petitioned some randomer on the internet to give you some cash. I feel like it's super scummy when people don't deliver on those promises. Oh yeah, get a backing then go exclusive. I remember the We Happy Few people did that. They got like funded by Kickstarter and then they had all the money and then they started releasing deluxe editions and stuff that I think EA bought it. Just stuff that EA would definitely have been the one asking them to do. Yeah, Shovel Knight was great, but there's a difference between like delivering a product and lying to the people who put their trust into you. Like if you pay for DLC, you've paid for DLC. That's still not good. If the game was good, that's fine, but we shouldn't have such a low barrier. We shouldn't have such a low barrier of acceptance that we look at a game that was lied about and money was taken from people and go, well, it was a good game, so it's fine. Or like, oh, I would have backed it. It was a good game. Like. That's a really low barrier. That's like, oh, that's like, oh yeah. I mean, that's just like when people are really shit boyfriends and stuff say like, oh, but he's really nice. Like, wow, is that really the expectation we have? Is that really the bar that we've set? I feel like we owe it to ourselves to be a little bit more. Well, no, not even entitled. Just expect the things that you ask for and stuff. And don't be like, well, it was a good game. I remember seeing deluxe edition pre-orders for We Happy Few, and you're telling me it's not out yet. It came out years ago, it was shit. Kickstarter isn't a store. It is, it's true, it isn't a store, but if you give somebody money and they reach their goal and they're like, when we reach this goal, we're going to deliver to you 3 DLCs, and that's what you're going to get from your Kickstarter, and they reach the goal, then they've got the money. So what's the problem? If you donated money to a Kickstarter and they delivered, and they didn't reach their goal, then I would be like, yeah, that's fine. You clearly can't afford to deliver on what you've promised, so I'll just take my refund, please. But if they make their money and then some, and then they just never deliver on what they promised, then I think that's pretty scummy. Well, I know Scobie, but is that really your is that really your barrier for buying something and then being given it? Like, people seem to really lower their standards for Kickstarted games, but if you get promised something and you pay for it and they make that money and then like tenfold. You should be owed that, Backers will send you death threats for the smallest of criticisms. That's crazy. So those that get the backing then go exclusive. Shovel Knight is great. Then they say how they made more than enough to refund everyone and not realise that they only got the deal as others put the money in. Yeah. Well, it came out years ago. It was shit. Kickstarter isn't a store. I think it was Deep Silver became their publisher, then it meant to have something different from the preview builds they released. So ordering a burger with a side of fries, sure you got the burger, which is the main thing, but you paid for those fries, so you expect those fries. I agree, yes, I agree, yes. My example of a good Kickstarter is Hollow Knight, where everyone got everything they were owed, plus stuff for the funding goals that weren't met for, because they're good people who appreciated people investing in them. Yes. By the sounds of it, We Happy Few are definitely the devs of that game, being bought out so many times. Imagine the cash they got. Yeah. You break a promise and you don't get any more trust. Yeah. They basically made 3 additional games, so I'd say that's a pretty good deal. But they promised something and they didn't deliver it. And did the Kickstarters get those 3 additional games for free? Did they? Like, we can skirt around the subject all they want, but if somebody was promised 3 DLCs and the devs were too lazy sitting on their big stack of money to make 3 DLCs, that it took them 3 to 4 years between DLC, then that's a problem. Like, it doesn't matter what else they did on the side, it doesn't matter what other games they made, what other things they did. They promised people something and they should have delivered it. It doesn't matter. Like, they could have delivered the 3 DLCs and then made 3 campaigns. Like, it's not mutually exclusive, you know? The fact that they're being defended because they betrayed the trust of the people who paid money to have something and didn't bother to deliver it and took fucking years despite accepting these people's money. Like, they shouldn't have accepted money for a DLC that they were never going to plan to make, you know? Yeah, if you don't follow the deal to the letter, then you didn't follow the deal. Who cares what else they did? It doesn't matter. Like, they didn't deliver on the people who helped make them in the first place, you know? Like, would Shovel Knight have been made without Kickstarter backing? Maybe. But, like, Shovel Knight might have been made without Kickstarter backing, might not have. But the fact is that they went to the public and they asked them for money. And then it's up to them to deliver on what they promised. 100%. Like, I don't care if they offered a blowjob with the deluxe edition. Like, I've paid for DLC. I want my DLC. Like, I don't care what this blowjob business is. I'll take it. But the point of the matter is that you've promised something and you've not delivered on it. You know. Oh, so We Happy Few isn't even well made. That's kind of sad. Yeah, like, unless there's, like, extenuating circumstances, there's not really an excuse to happily accept money and then drag your heels when it comes to delivering what you accepted the money for. Like, it didn't take them 3 to 4 years to cash the checks, I bet, but it took them 3 to 4 years to return with the things that they promised. I think that indie games get a lot of slack because people see a good game released and they're like, wow, you're the best person in the world. And it's like, no, they've delivered something very basic that they said they were going to deliver. Like, and they didn't even deliver that. Like, I don't understand where this lenience comes from. It took them 5 years to make 3 of them. Okay. What kind of length were they? Like, were they like a good few hours, or, you know, was it like a good amount of content, or was it like the bare minimum? Yeah, Will, I agree. Like, I didn't even back the fucking Shovel Knight Kickstarter. That kind of game isn't my thing. But I think it's universal that if you back something, if somebody's come to you and asked for money, like, because that's what Kickstarter is, you ask people for money, it's very cheeky and kind of shit to not then deliver. There were a few hours each. What's a few? Like 5? I know when it came out, Sterling pointed out a fair few bugs, then someone on my timeline earlier this year posted about how the character's speech wouldn't happen, and showed someone whizzing around looking like they were sitting down. That's kind of hilarious. Oh yeah, Star Citizen. I really like the story of Star Citizen. I remember Shekel was telling us when we were playing Borderlands 2. Millions. The game wasn't very long, yeah. That times 3, okay. I mean, it's completely fair if they, like, finally deliver the DLCs. But 5 years is insane. And I definitely stick by the points I've made. Like, yeah, they might have finally released it, but I 100% stand by what I said. Star Citizen is its own thing. It's grown beyond our imagination. I don't want to get doxxed. Star Citizen looks amazing. Alright, bye Scobie. Six years, they released an Arena Mode 2 that was apparently on the Kickstarter too. 6 years. That's a really long time. Like, if you had a child, they would be at school by the time that Arena Mode came out. Six years for 3.5 DLCs. Think about what you could do with 6 years. Star Citizen, is it even a game anymore? Is it a cult? Yeah, I think it's such a shame, like, especially because indie devs are held to such a low standard by, like, the general populace. People seem to think that Kickstarter is like a charity, you know? Just give people money to do good things, and, oh, it's alright if they don't deliver. But people on Kickstarter should be held to, like, stringent expectations. The idea of any indie game sitting on a throne of money is hilarious. Do you know that the guy who made Stardew Valley is a millionaire now, and he coded that game by himself? Goat Simulator as well earned a ton of money. Daisy, and they never even finished that. Like, Stardew Valley is just Harvest Moon, and that guy earned bare cash. Scott Cawthorne is a really good example of an indie dev. Like, he made a game that horrified children, and instead of being like, oh no, he was like, hey, I can horrify children with this. He blew it all, so he finally came back and made an update for it about 5 years later. Oh my god, coming back like coke-addled. Just absolutely, like, gone. Like, hey guys, here's my next update. Stardew Valley is a perfect game. Did you enjoy the original Harvest Moons? I have no doubts that Stardew Valley is a good game. But I mean, look at the premise. Like, it's one of those things that's been done 1,000 times before, and it was just done again at the right time by the right person, with the right intentions and the right innovations, that it became phenomenally successful. Did they actually? God, simulator games are so get rich quick. People have no idea what to do with it. Remember Bee Simulator? Occultist Simulator? Ow. People who made Prison Architect, the two people behind that got bought out, they had a little team. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, if Shovel Knight sold 2 million copies, is that even including the Kickstarter, or is that once the game was out? So the guy could have gotten some help to make those 3.5 DLCs quicker than 6 years. The devs probably made around 25 million after tax. Wow. Yeah, 25 million after tax, and you can't be asked to release, like, things that you promised your consumers, like things you promised the people who put trust in you. Like, it just gets to me. Just gets to me. HUD update. Yeah, I really like devs who respect the people that help them, you know? I've never donated to a Kickstarter because just the potential of what could happen to a Kickstarter game frightens me. Like, back when I was a student, there were so many games that I saw, and I really wanted to donate to them, because, like, some of them, for like 50 quid, you can get some good merch, you can get some good blah blah blah. And I remember, like, being really tempted by loads of them, but 50 quid when you're a student is a lot of money, you know? And I feel like Kickstarter indie games do, even if they branch out with their demographic later on, do try and appeal to like the stereotypical gamer, who would usually be like 20s, 30s. So not always people with like the most stable financial situation. Oh, Yandere Dev is an edge case all on his own. I don't want to say too much about him in case he turns out to be scary. But fucking hell. I made an addendum to my fries analogy earlier. I think you missed it. I'm sorry, Maverick. What was it? Like more do for the reason, to be honest, I got bored of it, but I'm still on the Discord. They provide all the updates there, and they show the shit they're working on all the time. That's really good. That's really good. I love devs that do that. I'd never donate to Kickstarter, but early access, if it is showing a good track record and it is at least in good working order, where if someone stops working on it, it's still playable. Yeah, that seems like a pretty good standard to have. Yeah, we all know you asked for fries, but you got your salad instead. No, I ordered the fucking fries, 100%. Like, yeah, this salad might be healthy and nutritious and good for me, and it might have a bit of Caesar sauce on it, which is my favourite. But I didn't pay for it. You know, if you're gonna give it to me, fine. But I paid for fries. You know. He's probably busy. You gave them money because you want them to create the restaurant. Kickstarter isn't a store. Well, that's kind of a roundabout way to look at it. Like, you're not investing in a business when you're. This is another angle. Like, we're not investing in the restaurant. Like, we are investing in a single product. You know, we're not investing in a studio. We're not investing in like BioWare, asking them to go and make us something, see what comes back. You know, it's not a charity. Someone's been like, this is a product I'm going to make, this is the money I want to make this product, and this is what I'm going to give you if you let me make this product. Like, it's 100% about the product, not about the business. Like, we're not investing in some random indie developer. We're investing in something that we like the look of and we want to play and we want to see made. I don't think it is comparable to. I don't think it's comparable to like a restaurant or a business. Shuggle, that is a great metaphor. Like, yeah, if a developer was like, hey, I want to make a development studio, I'd really like some investors. Well, the thing is, even when you invest in a business, you expect something back, you know. Investments are a bit shakier. Because, like, you can make an investment and not get any returns. You know, you can buy you know, stocks in a company, but if that company fails, then you lose money. But if that company succeeds, you gain money. So if you invested in a restaurant and the restaurant was successful, you would expect return on your investment if you were a shareholder. And you know, it's the same with the game. Like, yeah, you might invest in a Kickstarter and it never work, but the games have worked and they have been successful. So, you know, you're if we're talking in terms of shareholders investing in a restaurant, the restaurant has been successful. So where's your return? You know, I hated presenting. Oh, I bet you were great at presenting. You know, If you invest in something and it becomes successful and you never get what you were promised, you never get your return, then it's just charity, isn't it? You're just giving somebody money and they've said that they were going to give you something in return and then they never did. So So then you're not a shareholder, you're just some chump who gave people money despite what you were promised in return. Like, there's a reason it's Kickstarter, there's a reason they offer tiers, it's because you're supposed to get a return on your investment. It's just low-key investment. Instead of owning like stocks and shares, you just give somebody a little push, you kickstart their business. So instead of having constant returns, you have like a one-time return, usually in the form of the finished product or merchandise around the finished product. Like, the only time you should never receive anything back from a Kickstarter, besides a refund, is if the game fails. But if the game makes $25 million, you've made your investment. It's time to see your return. I think some people feel as they're not working for a publisher that they can say one thing and do another without making people annoyed. Yeah, I think there's a lot about like very carefully crafting like a public persona as well, that a lot of devs do. And feeling like they can talk however they want to people, making them like really unapproachable. They definitely... people who exploit Kickstarter definitely hold themselves in a strange way. I understand that plans can change for short. It's good to make sure that you let the Kickstarters know so they might understand circumstances and all, but if you make 25 million out of a game, no real excuse to take 6 years to make 3.5 DLCs. Yeah, if you make 25 million out of a game, you could pay somebody $1 million to make those 3.5 DLCs. And now, can you imagine the quality that you would get if you paid a single team $1 million? Like, even if Shekel is pulling that number out of his ass, despite the fact that he has like presented his working and it sounds legit, like even if he earned half that, let's say $12.5 million, you think he wouldn't be able to afford to just have somebody do that for him? Star Citizen though, what about it? I don't know, I'm looking at this now, and like, Shovel Knight sold 370,000 copies on the Switch. I don't know, that's a lot of copies. Even if they only earned half of the revenue from each of that, even if that's a lot of money, you know, that's a lot of money. That's millions, combined with all of the sales on PC and all of the other consoles. Over 26 million over 6 years with no game. Yeah, 100%. It's £30 at 2 million copies. Let's say the average price is £20. Yeah, even including tax, that's millions. Star Citizen has raised over 300 million. That's insane. I don't know what kind of chump would pay for Star Citizen. Like, surely you would want to finish the product ASAP to relax with your money and consider your next project. Surely you would, yeah. And if you couldn't be bothered to finish your product, you could easily pay somebody to do it for you with the kind of revenue that you'd be earning. Like, even if he only earned a quarter of that revenue, that's still 6 million, you know? No matter what... like, considering the numbers that Shekel's like provided, no matter what tax we apply to it, no matter what average selling cost we apply to it, that's still millions of dollars. 2.5 million as of last year, yeah. Does that even include Switch? Like, does that include everything? $15 entitles you to 4.5 games immediately. I think you're very specifically like misquoting me now. I guess $15 entitles you to 4.5 games immediately. That's not at all something that I said. I don't think that $15 entitles you to 4.5 games immediately, full capitals. Like, that's not at all what I was communicating. I think that if you kickstart and they promise you DLCs, I mean, Team Ninja, it's taken them... it took, what, 6 months for the first DLC, it took 3 months for the next DLC, they were probably being made in parallel, and whatever for the third DLC. That's a full team, obviously, but for a 2D side-scrolling game, three DLCs, if you paid a team of people to do that, that's a completely achievable timeline. I don't think you're entitled to 4.5 games immediately, but I think you're entitled to 4.5 games within 2 years, I'd say. Scary thing is that these kind of things make it look appealing for others to do the same and not produce what is promised. Yeah, I think if people see that they can get away with it, then they'll do it. If you made a Kickstarter saying you'll make a game and the 3.5 DLCs, and you give a price range where you get all of those things from then on, then yes, you are owed 4.5 games. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, things do take time to make, like, especially if he still insisted on doing it himself, that's a lot of time. But 6 years is a long time to just ask somebody to have faith that you'll deliver on what you've promised. And $15 is a lot to some people, you know? And also, like, if you pay $15 for something, then you are owed that thing. Like, that's just how it works. No! Oh, he just grabbed me through the crystal. Yeah, some people might not even provide anything. That's a really good point. And I think giving games like Shovel Knight leniency does set a precedent of leniency as well. It's like the sort of thing, like, if you let one person get away with it, you let everybody get away with it. Yeah. There does need to be a standard. I feel like with things like Kickstarter, there should be some kind of guide in place, but obviously I'm not the kind of legalese person to be able to outline that. I think it should exist. But I don't know. I don't know what the best method of implementation would be, so. I really don't want to fight Lady Okasabe. She's a huge bitch. I didn't realize that the Omryoki thing would be so good either. I see I'm in the minority. I guess so. I just feel like if you've made millions of dollars, you don't need to be a small team, you know. So you don't need a 6-year timeline, I guess is my point. Okay, here it is. Okay. I'm gonna get a drink in a minute. My throat's gone really dry for some reason. Oh, let's open that door as well. Is it over here? If you tell me about the benevolent graves one more time. Right, here we go. I mean, the best way of not getting annoyed at this kind of thing is simple. I don't fund them as I don't believe in it. Well, that's fine. You don't have to do anything. But it's still alright to talk about it. Hey, Jedi. Long time no see indeed. How's college? Yeah, like, entitlement is sometimes unwarranted. I think there's a difference between calling somebody entitled and saying somebody is entitled to something. Someone quit their job, I was given their hours. Oh man, are you alright with that? Guess you get cash, but at the same time. Like, I would never ask somebody who had failed a Kickstarter. I would never be like, you fucking owe me this, so you'll get it. But if somebody earns a lot of money from a Kickstarter and still doesn't, like, pay for a dev team or something to help them if they know they're not going to be able to achieve their goals, I'm like, you still owe me this, like, and you're reaping the rewards. You have my money. Sweet. Oh, fucking hate these snakes. I had to miss a whole day of college because of it, and now I'm running behind in college, but I should be able to catch up quickly enough. That's a relief. The people at your job should be more considerate of the fact that you just started college. Like, you've got a lot on your plate, and the first few months, like, as you're acclimating to it, probably going to be a bit harder to balance until you're, like, used to the routine. So it's like the worst ever time for them to suddenly just start piling hours onto you, without your, like, consent as well. Oh god. No! I was just trying to get away. That would imply they have a conscience. It would. Your managers seem to be like fucking evil. Just evil. Like the classic stereotypes as well. Oh, every time somebody posts video 0 dash something in the server, it makes me really nervous. No pinky promises. Ugh, pinky promises. Right, I'll be right back. fast food for you, every stereotype imaginable. Hopefully only have a few more years until I can get into accounting or payroll. That's the way. That's the way. I remember my managers at my job back when I worked in like customer facing retail food were pretty appalling. Like, you could get on their good side sometimes. Wait, where the fuck have I gone? Like, you could get on their good side sometimes, but it didn't mean anything. And if they wanted to like throw you under the bus, they would. And like, there was that whole thing at the end where they like stiffed me on my pay, and I had to bring up a bunch of emails with proof of my shifts on it, and just not your friends at all. Wow, took damage. I was so annoyed last time I died because like I knew what I wanted to do, I knew what I needed to achieve to be able to get away from the boss and like carry on fighting and come back and smack her. But she just got in the way and she like scooped me up and stabbed me. Just your colleagues and superiors, yeah. Ugh. I remember at one of my jobs, I was leaving uni. So I did like this big goodbye barbecue, not just for work, I did it for all my course mates, all my like old friends who had graduated and left, few people from the boxing club, few people from my old course that I knew was still around, and I invited loads of my workmates, and like everybody turned up except my workmates, and my workmates were the people who were like, oh yeah, can't wait be yours later, Mert, can't wait, got my drinks ready, got my stuff ready. And then it turned out that I guess all of them had individually decided that they couldn't be bothered, and all of them had assumed that other people would go. And I guess then, because a woman I worked with who was really nice was like, "Oh, Mert, how was your barbecue?" And I was like, well, nobody turned up from work. And she was like, oh dear, drama, gossip. And I just remember being like really annoyed because like none of them ever told me. I don't know, it was just like so, I don't know, we were all students who worked there, so it was like a very friendly group. Like, it was a very like, we were like a community, you know, we hung out a lot outside of work, we had like socials and things like that. But it was also like the classic like student flakiness, like you can't really be bothered to go to places, too much effort, blah blah blah. And I remember that all of them seemed to feel so awkward about it that they actually never ever spoke to me again, because I'd finished all my shifts, so they didn't really have that much reason to speak to me. But I remember them finding it like really awkward, and I could see them like awkwardly dodging away from me if they like saw me at like a shop or something. I saw me on campus especially, and I just remember like I remember thinking like I'm gonna let you sit with this. Like, you know, you invite like 15 people from work to something and none of them bothered to show up. Like, fucking hell. Luckily, like I said, all of my friends came. All my course mates came. It was really nice. I had a really good time, but it really made me like wary of making friends at work, because like I guess people are at work to survive first and foremost, so you can't really blame them when they make friends to survive. But it just made me very wary of meeting people at work, because I'm like, would you actually be my mate outside of work? Would you actually be interested in being my friend? So usually, like, I don't really go to work socials anymore at my current job, or any job I've had since. I'm just like, I'm not bothering with this. Yeah, they were proper dicks. Like, I don't know. They were just like people who seemed like they were your best mates ever. Like people who I would like talk to on WhatsApp and stuff like during the week. And then they didn't show up, and then they would like never talk to me again. And I was like, do you really feel that awkward? Jeez, you know, it was a weird situation. Place I work manager is nice, company treats people well, but I kind of feel like they could turn if needed. Oh yeah, like just like throw you under a bus if they had to. The only time I've worked properly in retail, my managers were alright with me, but there's a small matter that my mum is a valued employee and my dad's the night manager, so you can use so preferential treatment. I suppose so, but I guess that's a good thing. And also, like, most of the places that you work, people will be alright with you. Because it's like a sort of survival thing. Like, you don't want to be at work for 8 hours, so you make friends. And then those friends are like work friends, you know? I've made a couple of friends from places I've worked. I've got one really good friend that I talk about sometimes on stream. Her name's Sarah. I go to the pub with her sometimes. But she's the only person that has, like, properly made an effort. I told my housemates I bought a suit of armour. They are going to wear a bear and panda onesie whenever I have the suit on. What is that a reference to? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you and I don't go to the pub, Shekel. Oh, Josh, no. Thank you for the host. I mean, you've never invited me to the pub, first of all, but, fine, you know. Fine, I'm sorry. Oh my god, yes! Spoons! Spoons do really good cookie dough. Yeah, Wetherspoons nachos are really good. One of the Wetherspoons I used to go to did fucking salmon and cream cheese bagel, and like I would die for it. It was really good, and then they took it off the menu, and I was like, "What do you mean you've taken it off the menu?" And the guy, because I knew the guy from, he was not my housemate, he was my friend's housemate, and he was like, "Well, you were like the only one buying it." I was like, "Oh, great, thank you, thanks for ruining that for me." Yeah, you play Borderlands and you curse at each other. Shekel, you penis. You owe me 3 DDCs. Oh yeah! What was that for again? You spoiled something for me. I can't remember what it was though. Remember we employ you, or bring something up. Don't think my manager would throw me under the bus or anything. He seems way too calm. But then again, who knows? I've also worked for ones that act nice and happy to throw people under the bus, yeah. I think it's really dog eat dog in like retail and customer facing jobs. Like ever since my jobs in retail, I've worked in like office roles, because I guess there aren't that many retail positions for web development. But the atmosphere is very different. Like the people I work with, I don't necessarily like all of them, but they don't have that same like snide bitchiness that I remember working with at a previous job. Many DDCs. Many DDCs. I'm gonna give you a Jaeger bomb, Will. Because that's what friends do. Ah, you hold on to the shit. You've got the dirt on people, Apex. Interesting. Oh wow, what a shot. I feel so loved. Yep, you will do. When you're being sick and I'm holding your hair back. Ow. Saved me many times. I never really did that kind of thing. I don't know if it's like a survival thing or not, because I guess it's not good to like hold shit over your colleagues, but if you need to, then, you know, necessary evil. Oh wow, we've been talking for ages. 56 minutes left, not 56 minutes total. Yeah, I never really did that kind of thing. I guess it could have saved me a bit I don't know. I feel really bad about that kind of thing. I'm too scared of upsetting people, I think, that even if somebody was really nasty to me, I'd be like, but what if they hate me? Ow. Am I streaming? That's nice, Twitch. Twitch has been fucked these last few days. Absolutely fucked. Ow. Aww! Red Ronin! Hey, Red Ronin! How you doing? Oh, great. This guy gets 600 health back per second. If I actually get a body pillow, I think I'd be really impressed by your ability to source them. Ah, bastard! Oh man. I can never have my parents visit again. You already found a place? Ah! Well, can it be like really nice art? If it's gonna be a body pillow, can it be like really, really tasteful looking shit? Aww. That's precious. Oh god, what was that noise? It's absolutely blown my mind that my cats have learned how to open doors and cupboards, and it frightens me whenever I hear weird clicking and movement. You just let one rip? Oh. God's sake, bakes. Oh! A DDC! Don't waste your money. I already got one in my bed. Oh, gross, Baker, gross. Farts are gross. Ow. Ow. Kitsune. No. No. Still can't get the info for Benevolent Graves. Fuck's sake! Why do I keep being notified? I can clearly play online. I don't understand why I cannot be shown the info on Benevolent Graves. Let me go! This woman is a bit of a nightmare on Dream of the Demon, ironically. She is strong. So they're gonna call someone who would call someone. We're not getting answers, Mert. Someone will die for this. It's alright. I don't care about the benevolent graves. How did I just do 10,000 damage? You want to tell me how I just did 10,000 damage to you? Vile temptress. Whoa! I got zoomed. I just wanted space, Kasha. We just don't have the bloody and benevolent grave information. I ordered 3 t-shirts and I'm really excited for them. I ordered an Okami t-shirt, I ordered a Claptrap jumper, and I ordered a Kadama jumper. And I'm really excited for them to arrive. I'm going to wear them on stream. I want to slowly accrue a lot of video game t-shirts and hoodies and things. So then every single time I stream I can wear like something from a video game that I really enjoy. Because I love games. And Twebber Phillips was only the beginning. Yeah, Ronin! Like, I really like it when... Because I usually dress quite understated, out and about. I'm a bit shy, so I don't really show anything. Not even my arms. I usually wear like full hoodies and stuff, especially when I'm out and about. So it's just always how I've been, like black colours, muted. Don't really wear makeup out and about either. So like, it absolutely made my day the other week when I was in King's Cross Station getting myself a delicious coffee, and the guy at the checkout was like, "Hey, I love your t-shirt, GTA 5? And I was like, yes! Like, oh my god. Must just be like lockdown blues or something, but I was like almost in tears. We fangirled over GTA 5. He was like, I love it. I was like, I love it too. We became best friends. And I want more of that feeling. I want more of that feeling of community and acceptance. Hey, Smooth. Hey, I think that sounds like a really good idea, Baker. If you design it, I'll wear it. He would shoot you in the back in a heist. No, he wouldn't, because he'd fail the heist too. I bet there's a few people in the UK who'd recognise a Nioh t-shirt, but it would be you and Will, and neither of you guys go out, so I'd never run into you. That's disgusting, Smooth. How dare you come onto this stream and admit to a felony like that? Yeah, but I might actually run into you, Bakes. In my local Greg's. Liz got stopped in Build-A-Bear for wearing a Fallout pendant she stole from me, so I'm told it's very awkward for her? What? Why? Fucking Build-A-Bear, the field of dreams. Fucking love Build-A-Bear. Whoa! I'll give you a free coffee. Which city are you from? Which city do you live in? With a message, Bill's not allowed. Coffee for Bill's not allowed? I'll be like, yes, it's foreign. Thank you. Oh. I'll give you my info. Alright then, bitch. I won't let you know when I'm in the area. He's got to travel to every West Midlands store. Oh god, going to the West Midlands is punishment enough. Actually, let's have a look at that Kasha Soul Core, because Beyblades are great. How are you doing, Smooth, by the way? Let's sort. Doesn't play Fallout and the attendant was geeking out on her. Oh, that's a shame. What's the pendant? What does it look like? I love how she nabbed it as well. I so get that. It's fine, Baker. It's fine. It's fine, alright? It's clearly not a problem. Like, it's fine, so stop asking, it's fine. The Vault 111. Ah, that's awkward. It's like, especially because like, I'd be so scared if sometimes I talk about games that I really like and then somebody brings up a very obscure reference to it and I'm like, I have to concede, like, I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm always really worried that some dickhead is gonna like creep up out of the shadows and be like, well, you're not a real fan, are you? And I'm just gonna have to be like, I am, I just don't know what you're talking about. So I feel for her. I feel for her. I hope she didn't receive any scorn. Yeah, that's exactly right, Baker. Can't wait to do that run up every time. Yeah. Right, here we are. Oh, she does have a lot of health, doesn't she? Oh wait, no, it's the individual health, isn't it? Thank God. I just realised. Baker, I've heard this boss is even worse on this new Game Plus. Stop hurting me! Thank you. God! I don't know what. Oh, that's a brute as well. Never mind. Thank God you're not, Baker. Thank God you're not. I'm gonna swap my Guardian Spirit out. Since I had an accessory set for Christmas, and we both took one piece to remember each other when we were apart. Ah, Liz. Me and my brother don't have that. So I once made him a bag that was covered in drawings I'd done of the horrible contortions his face had gone into under different Snapchat, like Snapchat filters and stuff. But that's about the most I've done. I want to change my Guardian Spirit, please. I'm allowed to do that. That's a lot of Amrita. You know what? I'll use this Summoner's Candle. Oh, Baker. She has Xerneas, I have Evil Tell. We do a lot of that. That's really cute. I want to do more stuff like that. Make smooth! Psst. Wow, alright, maybe not. Let's change the Guardian Spirit. I will release you, Hyobijin. 9 Tails. Blue dragon, not good enough for that. 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 Seisha, anima bonus, ranged hit, armor to gauge charge, anima bonus. Is that good? Melee damage, yokai ability damage, phantom. Oh, and it's the goat. Increased defense. Anima charge bonus. Throwing weapon damage. Oh, it's feral. Nah. Atlas bear. Right, I'll just get Ninetales because I fucking love it. Are we doing presents this year or not? Classic. Fucking classic. Right, anima bonus, amrita absorption, attack. Efficient yokai abilities. Anima charge. Anima bonus, luck, melee damage, amrita gauge charge, that's a good one. Where all things die. Bleak. That's a shame. Do you never want to get it fixed? Blue screams for attention. Oh, critical yokai shift. Life drain, yokai ability hit. Anima bonus, Amrita earned yokai shift. I'll attune that. I'll attune that motherfucker. Yokai ability damage. Shooting doji, that's not bad. Yokai ability damage. Galaxy Brain, I got an amazing idea for your body pillow. EO naked, Jack's face rocking a bulge. That's a DDC. What's the idea for the body pillow? Attack yokai shift. Oh, that's good. God, why are they so fucking shit? I don't... Extended yokai shift. That is the art we're getting. So EO naked, but with Jack's face. As in, like, Jack Rutherford from Code Vein, with a bulge in their pants. That is a DDC as well. Jack is kind of hot until he speaks, and then you're just like, no. They make with oh right, fair. Oh, that's good. Slap happy. Deep fried raw. I can't even do an impression of it, it's so shit. Oh, he's all the way over there. I just reached out for him, isn't... Oh, pathetic. So sad. Reached out for him expecting him to be there and he wasn't. Wait a minute, I'm pretty sure I just ran past a shrine that I could have versed that. I don't remember. Have a look in a bit. That's weird. See you in a bit, Bakes. Oh my god! £20 on Fiverr. Nice. Fiverr gives me conniptions. Oh god, Blue's hammering on the door. Come here! Only doing 400 damage per hit. Woo! Ah! Oh god, I didn't have any juice. Come on then. Oh! Right, so I just have to do that 3 more times. Oh god, it's the yokai realm! I forgot about this. And all of them are here at once. Oh yes, now I remember all of this. Ow. Owie! Ow! You're hurting me! Ow! You hurt me. What's mine's eye? Oh, come here. Come here, you big bitch! Ah! My DPS! Remember she was nerfed. Oh, I feel like you can only do a set amount of damage to her between shifts. Ow. Oh. Oh, it's an eyeball. I meant one of those attacks where it's infinite hits until you run out of stamina. Oh yeah, the guy with the sparrow tail helmet did that to me. Hello? Ah. Thank you, Ninetales. Thank you. She was hugely nerfed, though. Hugely. So how much health did she have before the nerf? Oh, cool! That's a really good one, and I really like using Lady Okasabi's. Divine Souls seems to have done a lot more damage. Hey! This is what happens when you play on stream. You play post-patch every time. Oh, I've only got 10 million left, and I know that sounds like a lot, but it's not. It's not at all. Post-patch is best patch, you're right. Imagine fighting Shibata Katsui the day he came out. Oh, can't relate. Infinite Retribution, 4 cycles. And she did more damage. I was gonna say, I think I could have survived another cycle, but I don't know how much I would have survived if she did more damage. Because like with her, I'm sure there are ways that you can beat her without getting hit, but she's not gonna be an easy no-hit boss. What level are you now? And did the Kickstarter conversation end? I had to go to the store. Hey Rob, I can't remember what level I am, I'll show you in a bit. How is the store? Long ended, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna lock you then. Oh my god. I love how everybody in the Nioh fandom on Twitch seems to know each other. Yeah. It's probably like, it's probably a cheesy way, or a cheeky way, not necessarily a cheesy way. It's probably ranged, maybe. Like how in like no-hit playthroughs, people have to choose the Kappa and stuff. Oh, you make videos, Raynon? I'm sure you do, Baker, I'm sure you do. Got some Nioh combo vids, nice! That's really cool. I'm really shit at combos. I definitely do my best, but, you know. I've seen some really crazy stuff that people can do with things like switchglaives. It looks really cool. It's definitely beyond my capacity though, which is a shame. Right, I'm gonna sell some shit. This is another one of those I meant the opposite to what I'm saying, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, Bacon. Yeah, and Atakamaru. Thank you, Ronan. Atakamaru has some really devastating attacks, but I reckon if you learnt him so thoroughly, you'd be able to beat him without taking any hits. Let's do... I don't know if I want to do the Dream's End. Yet. Well, I mean, we have to do it eventually. 5,000 boss fight side quests. Ugh. Because we've still got Tengu's Disciple. You're a meanie and Trevor Phillips. Trevor Phillips would probably hate me, and I'm kind of glad. I know that Trevor Phillips is like super loyal and goes out of his way for people that he cares about, to the point where he puts his own life in danger and gives up everything for them. But the roll of the dice as to whether or not he would like you is very RNG based. Excited for the next DLC? Hell yes I am, Ronan. I am so excited. I am going to be so ready. We've been working our way up through Way of the Samurai, Way of the Strong, Way of the Demon, or Dream of, sorry. So that we can do the DLC on Dream of the Demon. So we can finally get the trophy, the final trophy that we need. I'm really excited. The claws look really cool as well. He may not agree with that study. I don't think he cares about that kind of stuff. I don't know. I don't know if he cares about your personality. I think he initially cares if you're, like, useful to him. And beyond that, it's a complete roll of the dice whether or not he, like, warms up to you. And I don't do crime, so I don't think that I would be especially useful. And everything is cute. Like, I find the word rap cute. Like, if you ordered a rap, I'd be like, aww, order a rap. Oh, bless. Like, just somebody going up to the counter like, can I have a wrap, please? Like, oh, it hurts. I don't know what's wrong with me. I find everything really cute. Let's go, Kenny. Right, all of these people seem to have agreed on me, Akuni, so I'd really appreciate it if you filled them. It's not the rap itself. Well, I mean, raps could be pretty cute. Wait, why am I doing this? It's not the rap itself, it's the person ordering a rap. Like, are they eating by themselves? Are they out with some friends? Is the rap their favourite? Do they like chicken? I don't know. I think that so many people are just little beings that just toddle around and they have their favourite food and they've got their like favourite toys, favourite games, favourite things to do, favourite people to spend time with. I just feel like looking at it like, I mean, I don't have an outsider perspective to humanity, but like looking at it from the outside, it's just so adorable. Like, people love to splash in the sea. That's adorable. People have their favourite fabrics that they wear. People, I don't know, I just find it really cute. I think my insane romanticism of the way people are makes me like way too lenient when somebody is mean to me. It's more than nice. It's more than like nice to live life finding stuff cute. Right, that's saying that sound like she had a gold complex over there. Look at those tiny beings ordering their stuff. No, it's different. Like, it's like a weird kind of feeling of empathy. Like, oh, I've been there, I've done that. I don't know. I don't know. I think it came about as getting bullied a lot as a kid, which is really weird, but I think it did. Just being like, oh, being like really relatable. Like, if I see somebody eating lunch by themselves, even if I don't know them, it like absolutely kills me. But I'm still too awkward to go and like sit with somebody I don't know and eat with them. People watching. Like, I don't even like actively people watch, just if I notice something. Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I do think about people's backgrounds and stuff. I don't know. I wouldn't say that I do. It's really hard to describe. It's really hard to describe. I think it's like a weird kind of falsified empathy. Like, I don't necessarily empathize with somebody's situation, but the possibility of empathizing with them on things is... I don't know how to explain it. I need to talk to a fucking therapist about this, honestly. Like, I get really sad about... Like, if I see somebody on the bus by themselves, I get really sad. When people tell me sad things about their lives, I get really sad. Mother, unorder the breakfast wrap. I don't know what it is. Just like somebody sitting down eating their humble little wrap. Like, just happy. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I'm not talking about this anymore. Oh, I wanted to check my items on Nioh. Ow! Well, I don't gawk at them. Like, I don't stare at people while they eat. You know, it's not... I don't disrupt anybody's day by noticing that they're eating food. Like, I don't disrupt their peace, if that's what you're thinking. Like, they wouldn't notice that I'd, like, seen them. I don't know. Like, it's just... I'm good doing what I do. Please don't judge. Make me seem out to be like some kind of weird sex offender. Fucking hate these. Oh. Yeah, please don't see this as some kind of extreme thing. Like, I don't like lurk over people's shoulders and be like, you're really cute. I just notice things and then I'm like, aww. Like, shit on you quirky, but like, I find it's cute. It's just people doing their thing. It is, but it's like, I don't know, like doing a little painting or off to work, walking to work. Oh, you know, I don't know. Okay, I was already regretting telling any of you. I don't know, I think I over-humanize people. Maybe that's it. Like, to myself. Like, when you sit and you try and put yourself in somebody else's shoes, and you can imagine them, like, I don't know, eating a shepherd's pie, you're like, aw, it's a shepherd's pie. I don't know. I do that. I've eaten a shepherd's pie. Pretty sure that's the first time I've ever done that. How many times have you been asked for your kidney? Oh wait, you've told me about the guy who stared at you in McDonald's. Thanks for not making me feel weird, guys. Well, thanks for not making me feel too weird. Thank you for being my human shield, Anthony. Like, I remember once I went for lunch with my mum, and we got like a picnic table somewhere, I think it was like at a park or something, because there were like stalls set up, and I could see my mum had bought stuff from home, and I had bought like a fiver with me to grab some food. So I remember watching my mum go and sit at the picnic table, like get us both a space, sit at the picnic table, put her like food out, and start eating this sandwich like with both hands, just like. And I was like at the stall, and I could see my mum by herself, and like it absolutely fucking killed me. And I don't really know why, because like I was bringing my own food over in just a moment. And I just remember being like really upset by the sight of it. Just like, oh no, she's by herself. She's by herself. Like, if that was me, I'd feel really sad if I was by myself. I don't know. But I wouldn't feel sad if I was by myself. But at the same time, I'm like, oh no, whenever I see somebody by themselves. I don't know. It's something that I know a person who thinks they're dating a Yu-Gi-Oh character. I think trying to imagine how people live is anywhere close. Okay, alright, okay, fine, okay. I'll take it. If Seto Kaiba was real, can you imagine? Like, when I was younger, like when I was like a teenager, I fancied lots of anime characters. But I'd never like be in a relationship with them in my own mind. I've seen a lot of people who do that more and more recently on Reddit. Like there are subreddits dedicated to them, and I don't really want to share the names of them because I don't want people to go over and be like rude and stuff. Not that any of you guys would, but for later VODs and things. I don't know. I can kind of relate, but at the same time, I'm like, what? You get like an imagination of how she would be eating alone if you were in there. I think it kind of is. I think it is a bit like that. Yeah. Yeah, I reckon it was. Like, oh god. I don't know. But the thing is, like, I've definitely been guilty of, actively choosing not to sit with people and stuff if I didn't really like them. So it's not even that I'm like, oh, I've got to sit with everybody, nobody can be alone. It's just like when I see people that I feel neutral towards or that I like, and I'm just like, oh god. Trying to understand how your thing works. Are you one of the people that can't really be alone for prolonged periods of time, or is it your thing literally just randomly, oh, they're alone, they're so precious? I don't think it's either. Like, the more I think about it, the more I think about the fact that it might have been because I was bullied a lot as a kid. I remember eating lunch a lot by myself. And I probably would have had... I can see there's a shrine just to my left. I would have had... I probably know exactly how it feels to eat by myself for bad reasons. Oh, thank you, Baker. It's alright. I probably know how it feels to eat by myself for bad reasons. But... So when I see somebody eating by themselves, I probably apply my situation to it, even if it's not, like, legit. And if it's not genuinely their situation. So I see them by myself, and I feel like a real pang. Like, it hurts a bit, but then they're fine because they're like just getting on with it. But I see that for all sorts of things, like the aforementioned rap. I'm like, oh, a rap by himself. I don't know. Just section me, like, who cares? And also, like, when people are really excitedly talking about things that they care about. Or if, like, somebody brings something to show you. Like, if somebody wants to show me something that they care about, I'm like, ah! Tell me everything, I'm so interested. What's that like for you? How is that? Oh, go on, tell me more. I don't know. It's definitely worse with, like, seeing people eating by themselves, though. I want to get the most out of the ad-free viewing. Oh, good point. You gotta min-max your streaming time. gonna die! My hubris! Oh, I'm not dead. Oh my god, we've got 10 fucking minutes left. I quite like this conversation. Yeah, I've never said that out loud. I've never told anybody that. I don't really know why I've never told anybody that. I mean, it's not the end of the world in regards to quirks. I guess I didn't really want to come across as somebody who was like, wow, I'm such an empath. Like, I really care about people. Because, like, I don't. You know, I don't think any human has the capacity to care deeply about every single stranger they see. I don't think that people are capable of, like, having an emotional connection to people they don't know all the time. Like, I don't think that. But I wouldn't want people to think that either. Especially if I phrased it badly. Baker, you have every weird quirk. Yeah, it is a shame. I doubt you'd open up anyway. That's what I'm gonna tell myself. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I get that. Like, this is, as far as I'm concerned, my stream is like my space. If I want to talk about something on my stream, I will talk about it. And I've frequently told people that if they don't want to talk about it, then they can watch another stream. But in that way, it is completely my space with my boundaries, so I feel a lot more comfortable talking about things than I imagine anybody else in chat would be. Especially considering I put this on YouTube and stuff. Like, once you've said it, it's sort of in my hands now. So don't ever feel like you need to just, like, tell me your fucking social security. Oh, that's pretty unhealthy, dealing with shit by yourself. I feel like it's something that works fine until it doesn't, and then you're in too deep for. Then you're in, well, like, way too deep for it to be an easy fix. Like, I think that everybody should get some kind of therapy at some point. I think therapy is really good. I've had, like, therapy/counselling a few times, and it's always been really good. Like, I've always gone in, like, quite skeptical, like, well, what could this person tell me that I don't really know? But then it ends up you being the one who tells them things. Like, I'm a huge fan of therapy. I think you reap way more benefits from it than you think you ever will. Like, you just have these realizations about yourself, and it makes you a lot more of a stronger person. I'm all for it. I think it's good shit. Whenever someone messages me, I always think, oh, they want something again, since... I suppose so, like, especially considering you work in IT, like, that's like your day-to-day. Somebody messages you just because they want something. So I guess I get that. Just this theme of expendability that you almost have, like, to yourself as well. And, like, putting value on your own time. I feel like that's pretty valid, Bakes. I mean, you seem like a pretty social guy. Pretty upbeat, pretty friendly and stuff. I wouldn't see that as a strange quirk. I feel like that's not only fairly normal, but fairly healthy. I get very tired when my phone goes off. I used to get like that as well. But I empathise with that. Like, I've not had situations where I've been like, oh no, somebody's going to ask me for something, but I've definitely had situations where I've really wanted to be left alone, or like I've associated my phone or like the WhatsApp sound with being bothered by something, but needing to address it, and you just like anything, all of a sudden like everything becomes heavy, like you just don't care, like you just can't be bothered. Yeah, a bit. Like I've never had it where it's been because of like people wanting something, but like I've definitely had situations where it's just been like so much more of a problem for me to unlock my phone than anything else. Like I would have happily climbed Ben Nevis before opening my phone. I keep looking into therapy, to be honest, but I'm so adverse to admitting it's not fine and worrying those around me that it never gets very far besides looking into it. I mean, I feel like therapy is very healthy, even for like healthy, you know, people with like healthy minds. Even if there's nothing wrong, I think it's good to have like an impartial person to just talk things through with. I feel like if you were like, there's nothing to be worried about, but I'd like to try some therapy. There's some stuff I want to figure out. I need to talk to somebody. I'd like it to be a therapist. I'd like it to be a counsellor. You know, if people around you are getting so worried about it that it's stressing you out, then they're not being very supportive. If they're making it about themselves, either by accident or on purpose, then you know that's not very good for you. You know, to sit there and turn something like that into an issue about them. I'd be very annoyed if somebody did that to me personally. I'd be like, look, I'm here to fix my problems, but clearly they start somewhere. I have to reply straight away. It's weird waiting there. I think I feel like that's quite normal, Bake, so I wouldn't feel too bad about that. Ow. Therapy's great, and you don't always need to be on like the brink of a breakdown before therapy is something that's worth your time. Sometimes it's good to just like maintain it, you know? It's like doing a bit of maintenance. You know, it's not necessarily broken, but it's good to keep things like in good shape. I feel like that's why therapy can be useful for people who aren't necessarily struggling with something. You guys are just two friendly bubs, just getting on with it, and I respect that, Jedi Baker. Ow. Thank you, Akuni. Honestly scared at what I find out. Well, I mean, you probably won't find out anything that you don't already know in some capacity. But sometimes it's really helpful, like, so if you're worried about things that you might find out, you might go in there and find that it's not all that bad, or it's not all that much of a problem, or like, it's slightly different than what you expected, or maybe they'll like shine a light on dealing with it in ways that you would never have considered. Definitely, like, if you're looking into therapy, don't think about, or counselling, like, don't think about all the things that could be wrong. Because first of all, they probably won't happen, and secondly of all, like, you're talking to a professional, and, you know, you're talking to a professional, and they'll be, like, specially trained in helping you with whatever it is that you discern about yourself. So, I wouldn't fixate. If you're thinking about doing it, you should organise it. fully support that. Because there's probably nothing you can tell them that they haven't heard already. And they've probably got valid strategies for every aspect of it. Ow. Ow. Oh god. I've seen Liz go through her shit, I won't say for what, privacy and all, but she's come out the other side and she's better now. I don't want to concern them again, especially in the year as it stands. Doing my sister for the last 8 years drove me into despair more than once, and I can't bring that on others again for my sake. Well, you're being a dum-dum, alright? You're being a big dum-dum. Like, this isn't about anybody else. You should never, ever worry that you doing something to specifically better yourself is going to worry other people or bring despair to other people around you. Because if you say to somebody around you, oh, I'm gonna do this for myself, I'm gonna improve my mental health, I'm gonna make this step, it's gonna be temporary, I just want to figure things out, and they're like, oh, this is all about you really upset me, you scare me, I'm in so much despair, I'm so upset. Like, what kind of support is that, where your priorities and like you taking care of yourself is something that other people need to make about themselves? Like, therapy isn't a taboo, and your sister might have gone through something and had her therapy, and that's fine, but everyone's different, and just the thought of somebody turning to you and being like, oh, you can't do this to me, or whatever, oh, you're really worrying me, I'm really upset about this. It makes me angry. The thought that somebody would take that thing that you are dealing with competently and taking good steps to deal with and make it all about themselves. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know who specifically you're referring to, but I would be like, I don't care. I'm sorry about that. I don't give a shit. You can be upset about this all you want, but I just want to go to therapy. I want to talk about my problems. And it's nothing for you to worry about. If you're going to make up these ideas in your head about the real reason I'm going to therapy, then that's on you, but I would be so mad. I would be so mad. It's never them, it's me reading to everything that they react like that behind closed doors, then they'd probably be fine. Well, in that case, well, you need to adopt what I'm saying. Like, you need to be like, well, who cares? Like, you need to be a bit more selfish. Like, this is all the more reason to say things like this. Like, sitting there and being like, oh, it's not their fault, it's my fault. Like, honestly, you're just exacerbating the problem. Like, you just need to try being a bit more selfish. Like, I know it's hard. I know that you're very kind and like very sweet. But saying like, oh, but it's not them, it's me, it's my problem. Like, that's actually not going to solve the problem. Just be a bit more selfish. Be in it for you. Those iframes, spectacular. This sounds absolutely generic, and I'm very sorry for the cringe. You know why I very much like doing the I'm a piece of shit? Because if you do something for long enough, it eventually becomes slightly used to. If you're a dickhead, eventually you'll be a bit more selfish. Being a bit selfish is quite healthy. I agree. Being able to say no, being able to like do things on your own terms, being able to do things for you without worrying about other people, like that's a really important thing to learn. I think that's a really important skill to learn. And yeah, you might be nice if you consider others all the time, but it will be to your detriment. Like, it will damage you in the long run. Yeah, like, you just, it's a really difficult step to take, because I think I also went through something similar where I just had to like sort of take a step back and be like, well, this isn't about them. This isn't. They shouldn't they shouldn't even factor into this consideration. They shouldn't even be on my mind when I think about taking a positive step for myself. Like, it shouldn't even be something that you have to like think about. It's irrelevant, and it's not harsh to say that, but what you think about their feelings is irrelevant, because like you said, you're A, probably wrong, and B, it's not about them. Like when you make a decision like going into counselling, something quite personal, you make it for yourself, and they shouldn't even factor into it for a second. And that's a good way to be selfish without being a dick, you know? It's good to be selfish. Like when people come into chat, like that person that came into chat and absolutely rinsed you for your Dark Souls weapons. Because you wanted to be nice, and it was a good thing to do, and it was a nice thing to do. But in the end, saying no and being selfish was the best thing, and you felt so much happier afterwards. You didn't feel guilty about it. As soon as you'd done it, as soon as you'd like made that step, you stopped feeling guilty about it. It's the same for a lot of things. Like just because it's nice doesn't mean it's right. And I think that's like something that everybody should know. Like, just because what you're doing is nice doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Yeah, people do learn things at different times. And I guess the good side of somebody like Shekel having to learn that lesson early means that Shekel can teach that lesson to people now. Giving people what they need instead of what they want. Hey Sonny, absolutely. I completely agree with you. You gotta give people what they need, not what they want. And if it's the matter of fact that the people close to you don't need to know about counselling, or don't need to be part of the discussion, then that's what they need. Sonny with the wisdom, yeah. Sonny with a chance of wisdom. Well, yeah, people... I mean, one of the first lessons in UX is that people don't really know what they want. People don't really know what they need, and often people don't really know what they want. But it's just a good thing to remember, like, when you need to be selfish, when you need to, like, be... when you need to put yourself first, like, don't be mad about it. I do it all the time. Can I get a, yeah. Selfish with your munchies. I don't know, it was really hard for me to learn how to be productively selfish, but now that I do it, I feel much better for it. Like, since I've started streaming, sometimes I get weird messages on PSN, people asking me to, oh nice, people asking me to, like, play games with them and stuff, and they're probably just, like, nice people, you know? They're probably just really sweet people who just want to play games. But I don't have time to play with every single person who messages me. I don't really want to be alone in a PSN voice party with people that I don't know. Old me would have said yes. Like, old me would have been like, yeah, of course. And then felt really uncomfortable. But now, I'm just like, thank you very much, but I don't want to, thanks. I don't even give them like a reason or an excuse, I just say thanks very much, but I'm not interested. And they're usually just like, oh, okay. And yeah, it was harder for the first few times, but now I do it. It's the same thing with, like, at work. I felt like I was being a dick when my boss said that I could get a new job title. And they said, you can get your job title in June, we'll get that all sorted for you. And it got to July and they still hadn't got me my job title. And I was like, oh, I feel like such a dick if I, like, just nag him. But I did nag him. And then I got my job title, and I felt better about it. And I think he didn't really care. He felt quite neutrally to it. He didn't do it on purpose, he just forgot. You know, you just gotta get into this weird habit of just being like, well, I'm not hurting you by doing this, so I'm gonna do it. Weirdo that just jumps in your game. Oh, Mr. Rob, you're always welcome in my game. Where you don't even get to contest. This is especially tough when you got systems like timeout bans where you don't even get to contest asshole mods. Another timeout record broken. What happened, Sonny? I see, Bakes. I don't even know if you're still here, Will, but I feel like it's important. Thank you, Mr. Rob, for not doing that. Shekel's right. I think my realization definitely came part and parcel with starting like employment. Work does teach you, because one of the people that I work with goes just absolutely bends over backwards. Like, she decided to do a full day's work yesterday, completely thankless task. Like, yeah, the thing she's doing will probably be finished early before the deadline, but I don't know. I kept saying to her, like, you don't need to do this. Like, you really don't need to do this. You know, you're salaried well, I imagine. You own a house in Kent, you're probably salaried well. They don't care if you do it early. You know, you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart because you want to make the project good, but you shouldn't do it in a way that hinders yourself and your weekend and your free time for the sake of impressing a company that would replace you immediately if they had to. And I guess coming to those kind of realizations made me also realize a lot about myself as well. Like, times when I definitely bend over backwards to assuage people who like don't either deserve to be assuaged or like don't need it. It's very hard for some people to fall out of that mindset once they get stuck. They can't find the whole... Yeah, that's true, Mark. Like, also I think that some people start in that mindset and then have to, like, matrix their way out of it and just be like, oh, wait a minute. I don't have to do that at all. Like, wait a second. Some asshole mods get real tricky with trigger happy with timeouts. Well, what did you say, Sonny? Fear of change, yeah, and fear of, like, social rejection. Fear of like fear of upsetting people, but really, like, if you assert your boundaries and you're like, oh no, I'm not doing that, or I will be doing this, and somebody gets upset at you, then they're not worth speaking to, and they're not worth the respect. Like, if you set a boundary, a completely reasonable boundary, and somebody makes it about them and somebody makes you feel guilty or upset for having that boundary, then they can fuck off. So, like, the streamer is playing Yakuza 0. Okay. Oh, Shek loves a good band. It's a problem I can't convince myself otherwise in a lot of situations. I feel like it's a real, like, widespread issue. And I definitely still get like this if I'm, like, in a situation of peer pressure or in a situation where there's, like, a power imbalance. Like, if I'm talking to somebody who's higher up than me, or somebody I perceive to be, like, more important than me. But, I mean, I'm learning, and I definitely think that it's made me a lot happier as a person. Sure, okay, alright, Sonny. Yeah, I like to think that everybody here can speak their mind. I mean, that doesn't mean they won't be argued with, doesn't mean they won't be debated, but as long as you're not saying anything offensive or harmful, I don't really see the problem. Wow, 5k. Alright, Sonny, how did you phrase that suggestion? What about that, Baker? Alright, okay. Try to keep it simple. Alright. Ow! So we got a 10-minute ban. Was that the only thing you'd been saying up until that point? It's popped in my head with you talking about how you tell people if you co-op or not. Well, I mean, if you were the kind of person who made me uncomfortable, Baker, I wouldn't have agreed to play Code Vein with you in the first place. Like, I wouldn't have gotten into the situation where we were debating whether or not to use microphones, because I just wouldn't. So I guess I'd made the decision of whether or not I was comfortable using microphones even before I agreed to co-op. I think I like weighed it up in that way. Like when I was deciding, am I comfortable co-oping with this strange man that I've only just met? Am I comfortable just talking to him by myself? If it was in a situation where I was co-oping with him, would I be comfortable to be on the microphone? And then I was like, I think I would be comfortable to be on the microphone. And then I was like, sure, let's co-op. You know, I did that first. Some people get so upset over backseating in any way, and on the contrary, a lot of others love to give it. I think the reason that I really dislike backseating, Mark, is because, like, if one person starts, then you just get this absolute deluge. Like, back in my early days on Twitch, I was in this situation, I was really scared about upsetting people, so I would let stuff fly, even if I didn't want it to fly. Back when I was playing, like, Bloodborne and stuff, and I would get people in, and they would just cart me round, and then you get somebody else in, and they just cart you round, and you know, you start a game and you've played it 15 times before, but people think that you're an idiot and that you don't know how to play it. And if you let people, they'll just shove you all over the map. Like, I think that especially in games like Dark Souls and stuff, it really ruins the experience as well. Like, the first time somebody plays through Dark Souls, it is a very unique experience. It's like, you don't know when the next bonfire is going to be, so you feel tense and anxious. You don't know if that's a boss through that fog wall. You don't know that you've just passed a secret bonfire. You don't know, like, X, Y, and Z. That's a really unique feeling, because the second you finished your playthrough, that feeling is gone. And some people really miss that feeling, so they, like, go into Dark Souls streams or, like, Bloodborne streams, and they want to get that feeling back of that realization, and they do that by like backseating another player, and they get their you know, they get what they want. They get their, like, nostalgia, they get their, like, callback to their first playthrough, they get their relatable moment. But then, like, that player's, like, lost the experience that the backseater loved, you know? They miss out on that authentic experience for the sake of somebody else, like, rubbing their nostalgia boner all over the place. And that's why I really don't like it. I'm like, sometimes people give me good advice. If people have been on the stream for a while, like Opchan, Mr. Rob, like Will, Shekel, if they've been on the stream for a while and I know them, and they've, like, respected the playthrough, and they say, can I give you some advice? I always say yes. But new people coming in, like, oh yeah, he dies at the end. Oh yeah, you shouldn't do that because then you get the bad ending. I'm like, you're taking this away from me so that you can relive it in your own way. I don't mind backseating if I ask for it. Yeah, if I ask for advice, I'll take advice. But it's just like when people come in out of nowhere and then they're like, go and do this. I'm like, no, you go and do it. It's about discovery. You can't get it back once you've had it once. Yeah, it's especially Dark Souls. I think that's why people enjoy the game so much, because everyone's first experience feels so unique to them. You take, like, great personal ownership over the game. It's really strange, especially with Souls games. There was another instance earlier, the streamer was commenting on how Oda was ugly, and I said, if you think he's ugly, just wait till you see... What do you mean? I think it's general manners. You don't walk into someone's house and tell them how to live. Yeah, I think so. Like, my question is, do they need to know it? And the answer is usually no. Sometimes I play games with missable trophies, and I don't know that there's a missable trophy. and people go, hey, there's a missable trophy in this, do you want to know? And I'll say like, yes please. So I think if people ask for it, it's fine. But mainly like the sheer number of people that you'll get if you allow back seating will be astronomical, and the things that people will tell you for the sake of reliving their own, you know, first experience ruins the experience for you. Those are my thoughts. I'm a two-timer, I guess. I usually always roll through twice with everything. I usually skip first playthroughs because I only enjoy seeing that first-time experience myself. Ah, interesting. So you actively avoid watching people do blind playthroughs? Is that what you're saying? If people value their first experience so badly, why stream it? Because they want to share their first experience with other people. They want other people to be able to like watch and enjoy and see how they approach problems and see how they enjoy a game that they also like. Like that's no invitation for somebody to come in and be like, you need to know this. You know, this spoiler, you need to know this right now. Like, a stream isn't an invitation for somebody to come in and actively like ruin your experience. Then record it and put it on YouTube or something. Well, no. No. People like to watch streamers stream something for the first time. They like to see blind playthroughs. It's only a small minority of people who come in and actively try and ruin it for themselves. It's an invitation for feedback. An invitation for feedback isn't an invitation for commands. And an invitation for feedback is, hey, does anybody have any feedback on what I'm doing? Just existing doesn't give somebody a right to tell you what to do. If I say, hey, can I have some feedback on this? That's an invitation for feedback. If I'm playing a game, that's not an invitation for feedback, you know? There's a big difference there. Like, just because I'm online isn't an invitation. Yeah, asking, and also, like, not asking for advice is not asking for advice. Not actively avoid it, but I definitely don't seek enjoyment or nostalgia through it. I just like to do it again myself, especially with anime. Yeah, fair enough. Like, gaming's a very personal experience for everybody. It's pretty interesting. Humans are so complicated. Sunny, to be perfectly candid, why are you always so surprised when you get timed out from people's streams? Why are you always so surprised? Also, like, if I ask for advice, well, no, if I'm not asking for advice, like, somebody completely random to come into my stream and be like, do it like this because I said so, like, even if I was asking for advice, that, like, oh, hello, nice to meet you, thanks, do you have experience with this game? Just disappointed? Do you have any good Dark Souls 3 builds? Dark Souls 3 doesn't have any good builds. Just walk in and hit him. Oh, my strength is 40. We do. You can be very nice to talk to, Sunny, and you can be very articulate and you have some interesting opinions, but there have been times when you have been really rude. I guess we don't ban you because we do like to talk to you and like see how you're doing and stuff, but I mean, I've seen firsthand the way that you talk to streamers sometimes, and I don't think that you should be disappointed when you get timed out, because you can be very nasty. Stop backseating, goddammit, instead of this, so impersonal and systematic. Your advice is impersonal and systematic. Fight fire with fire, I suppose. You could walk in and hit him in real life. That's hilarious. COVID though. The humans around them start to get nasty as well, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm not sure, Mark. Next longest stream might be Nioh 2 again. Oh my fucking god! It's 2:30! Right, alright, fine. I didn't know what time it was. Alright. Alright. Call it a night. Okay. 25 minutes over. I guess people don't really have the energy to have a petty argument with somebody. I guess it's not really a loss if they time out a newcomer who doesn't follow the rules and is abrasive and brusque, you know? I guess if people were like, well, why would you want somebody on that chat anyway? I would think I would understand. Yeah, I don't want to argue with people all the time about like backseating and stuff. I'd rather just tell them to stop or time them out. Like, it's exhausting. I don't want to be asked 45 times if I don't want to be told 45 times to do X and Y on Skyrim. Like, everyone's played Skyrim. Small group therapy sesh. Hell yeah. Alright. It's 2:30. I didn't realise how long it was. I'm sorry. I'm very tired. Good stream. We made it really far today. Leveled up a bunch. Got some cool shit. If you were lurking and you enjoyed the stream, please consider giving me a follow. What else? Sorry, that wasn't the final note. Tomorrow we'll be back with Skyrim. We'll be back with some more Nioh 2 later in the week. I think that's it. Okay. Right. Have a good evening, everybody. Have a good evening, everybody. Right. Bye.